streaming. There we go. Wonder if this is gonna... Fuck. Oh, I never changed that title. Fuck. Save? Is it gonna save? Is it gonna switch? Please. Please. Fuck, I gotta fix that. Oh, it's annoying. Copy, paste, Apex, change thumbnail, turn that on, save, there we go, alright, how we doing today, gang? We are live over on the TubeU, over on the Twitch, over on the X, and over on the TikTok. Gang, today we're going to start off with a little bit of a warm-up. If you're watching over on YouTube and you want to just kind of, if you're watching this after we go live, you just want to skip to the meat and potatoes, just start fast-forwarding. We're going to hit a warm-up here, and then we're going to go open up some Gay Sex Legends and do some stuff. How we doing today, gang? While we wait for everyone to hop on in. Oh, close to a new PR. It's not a bad warm-up. Maybe this is a telltale sign that we're going to hit some crazy fucking aiming clips today. I'm not too sure. I'm not going to lie. I haven't really been playing Apex for a while. Gang, if you guys are hopping on in, welcome. What's going on? A little bit of lore about good old District. Over the last couple weeks to a month, I injured my spine really bad at the gym about a month ago, and it's been progressively getting worse. About 2 weeks ago, I thought, oh, you know what? I think my back is feeling a lot better. It's not hurting. I'm going to start, going a little bit more intense on my back days again. And that was a huge mistake because after that session 2 weeks ago, I noticed that the very next day when I went to go take a shit, I could not sit on the toilet. Like all of the pressure going straight to my lower back, I could definitely feel it was getting really bad. And it's just from that day, it's been getting worse and worse and worse. Deadlifts? No, I was doing RDLs, Romanian deadlifts. I was just going too heavy without a belt, especially for having never really worked lower back before. I'm kind of just starting to get into it. It just completely fucked my shit up. Like two plates, no belt, fucked my shit. And it's been awful ever since. So, TLDR, I've basically been taking a lot of time off from Apex, a lot of time off from coaching, a lot of time off from making content. I've been spending most of my time laying in bed on my back, legs elevated, take the pressure off my spine for as much as possible. And it's starting again to feel a little bit better to the point where I can kind of sit down and actually sit at my desk for a couple hours. So today, fingers crossed, we're going to hit a 4-hour stream. We have 2 coaching sessions in line for us today. No camera, because my real webcam is stuck in the United States. The only webcam I have is my super high-end fancy camera, but it takes batteries, and I don't have any charge because I recorded all day at the gym today. So, we're going to go no cam today. We got 2 sessions in line. We have a coaching session in about 40 minutes for an hour. Then we got an hour of pubs, or we got an hour of solo queue. And then we got another coaching session 1 hour after that. And then we're going to wrap up with an hour of just Q&A, talk about things, see what everyone's up to, hang out with the chat and all that good stuff. Hang upside down, let your back stretch out. I've heard a lot of people say that, and I've heard a lot of people tell me don't do that because it will actually make it worse. I have no idea what the injury is officially, so I'm not going to do anything that I just don't know if it's going to help or not because I don't want to make it any worse. I'm going to go see a doctor, though, really soon about this because it's getting to the point where it's actually pretty serious. Hold on, I'm going to put on some tunes, low-key. No, I'm not. Because if I do that, then shit's gonna get all fucked up. Close. Yo, what up, Vance? How we doing, homie? We are vibing out today. Oh my god, look at that. I fucking tied my I tied my record as my first try warm-up today. I'm not gonna lie. That feels pretty good. I like that. I like that. It might be the new mousepad. Gang, I don't know if you guys are... I don't know if anyone over here is watching over on X. Gang, we're playing with the new VR005 from Wallhack. It's like it's a different version of their like SkyPad. And I'm liking it. It's actually, like, it's kind of clean. I do like it. I don't know how much I like it for Apex, but she do be feeling pretty clean. She do be feeling pretty decent. Yeah, just get it taken care of now. I want to. It's just, dude, doctors where I live are fucking retarded. Pardon my French, but they're really retarded. No. My aim is feeling so shaky. Oh, yeah, I'm feeling shaky. I'm not gonna lie, I, like, slammed a monster right before this. And as it's kicking in, I can feel it, like, taking effect on my joints and on my hands and shit. Not bad. Really close to my PR. I was 1.8 off of hitting my PR, so that was pretty good. I think we're actually, like, really close to hitting our PR that entire time. Wish you could learn MK. If you're on PC, you can learn. It's super easy. I'm not gonna lie, it's not super easy. It is definitely tough. But if you can put in the time, dude, it's so worth it. MK, so worth it. I honestly encourage everyone to switch. If you can afford it, and if you have the what am I trying to say? If you have the time to make the switch, because it is a lot of work. Would do anything other than stretch and resistance bands for my back? Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. Heating pads, I've also been trying those. They help. I would love to see a doctor, but like seeing a specialist about what's going on would take forever. Like I've been waiting close to a year to see a specialist because I don't know if like we have any like OGs in the chat. But if you guys have been watching for, like, the last 2-3 years, I've been having a really bad throat issue. Remember how I used to talk about how I have, like, some throat infection kind of shit going on? It actually wasn't a throat infection. It was actually I had, like, chronic allergies, and it was causing postnasal drip. And the postnasal drip was irritating the back of my throat. So it took me literally 2 years to get seen from a specialist, and then they were supposed to refer me to another specialist that would help me with my issue, and it's been over a year since that, and I've yet to hear anything back. So that's kind of just low-key the Canadian health system right there. Same thing with like getting a family doctor. You can't. It's impossible. There's no family doctors that are taking on patients because the system is just so overwhelmed. So seeing anyone right now but my back is just like not even an option, low-key. Did I clear my throat a lot? I did not, no. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna restart that. That just felt weird. Oh. Amy's feeling a little bit better. Yo, what's going on? Morphin. Might be a chance, might be my sciatic nerve. Yeah, I hope it's something simple. I don't know if that's a simple thing. But I'm really hoping it's nothing like a slipped disc or like some crazy shit like that. All right. All right, let's get it. Yeah, I'm really hoping that we can get back into like regular Apex streaming and stuff, because I definitely miss streaming. Yo, Skull! With the supporter membership, my man, dude, much love. How you doing? Welcome back, OG. How does that feel? What do I have running right now? Nothing. Video settings. Huh. Alright. I have an issue. So as I've been kind of taking a break and I've been kind of coming back to Apex, I've been thinking a lot about a lot of the issues that I'm having with my aim. One of the issues I'm really noticing that I have, and I'm sure a lot of M and K players in specific will also have this issue. Hold on, there we go. When I push past, a lot of the time as I'm tracking, I stop and then I recenter my mouse and keep tracking. When instead I have a lot of mouse room or a lot of mouse pad room to play with, I need to make sure that I'm using all of my mouse pad room. Because I'm needlessly recentering when I can just keep shooting my gun and stay accurate or stay on target. I missed your question twice. Oh, my bad, bro. Hold on, let me scroll back up. District, you didn't answer my question. How you been, man? Oh, dude, we've been chilling. We've just been taking a big break from streaming because of my my back injury. Low key, put that off there. Let's get these dummies spawning in here. Did I not put them to spawn close? Why are they not spawning close? Oh, the auto reload's not auto reloading. It's a little annoying. Okay. Ooh, Recoil feeling a little spicy. Something I'm really also trying to work on with my aim is going from one target and then snapping accurately to the next. I keep shooting and then I underflick and then I have to make a big adjustment. So that's also something that I really need to kind of keep focusing on working on. Yo, what up, Process? How we doing, homie? Much love, Richard. Rise, can you say hey, RZ, real quick? Hey, RZ, real quick. How you doing, man? Okay. Aim's not feeling too bad. We're feeling... I'm feeling not too bad from this break that we took. But we'll see what that's like as soon as we hop in some games here, because I'm sure that will be a totally different story. Super glide? Hello? Dude, what the heck? There we go. Super gliding too soon. The heck? Alright. When you're in a crossfire, hold on, let me low-key turn on my clipping software. When you're in a crossfire between two teams, what should you do? The way that, you know what, low-key, this is a good time to open up Microsoft Paint. When sorry if anyone's about to get flashbanged by this. Sorry about that. When I am in between two teams. Whoops. Red. When I'm in between two teams, and maybe I'm focusing this team here, right? And we're doing damage, we're shooting our gun and stuff, and then some other team, you know, pulls up, and then they start, like, thirding us. They start shooting us in the back. The way that I'm constantly kind of preaching in my own coaching sessions and what I'm, in general, just kind of talking about, hold on, what's the brush that I'm looking for? A thicker brush. There we go. What I'm always constantly preaching, what I'm always constantly saying, is there's really two ways that you can look at taking a situation like this. One is you can try to push to the outside of a fight. So think of it, I'm going to actually restart everything here. Picture it like this. You have, that's not a circle, you have your fight, right? The more that you fight, or rather, you know, as the fight kind of progresses, you can think of it as like there's like layers to a fight. There's layers to a battlefield, right? So first layer here is going to be pretty safe. That next layer that you start fighting in, the fight starts becoming increasingly more dangerous, right? You add, you know, as you get a little bit deeper into the fight, and you can just think of this as like how close you are to a team, right? Is going to get a little bit more crazy. And then, oh, yeah, there we go. And then you have your, you know, like your final fight. And this is like your swing. So you have a team inside here. This is you swinging. And then you have, you know, how you're playing here. That's not what I wanted. I want the pen. That's also the wrong brush. As we're fighting, right? The further away you are from your enemies, the harder it is to actually see them, the harder it is to actually fight them, the harder it is to control a fight. So over time, your goal is to close that space. The more that you close space, the easier it is to see your opponents, the easier it is to do the things that you want to do. Swing, get side angles on people, do different things, right? Think of it like this. Let's just say you want to get this side angle on your opponent. Well, the further away you are, the more you have to work for that. The closer you are, the easier it is to do those kind of things. So, as we're taking a gunfight, let's just say we are posted up right here, right? Our enemy is right here. As we're taking this fight, another team pulls up and they start thirding us right here. Well, we don't really want to be, you know, in the middle of this fight because obviously we're getting shot by everyone. So instead of staying in a zone that is really, you know, kind of dangerous, again, think of the circle, how close we are to everyone. What we want to make sure that we do is we want to break all the way back to the outside of the fight. And by playing on the outside of a fight, everyone is a lot further away from you. It's a lot easier to manage what's going on because the closer you are, the easier it is to take fights, the easier it is to get fought. The further you are, the easier it is to avoid fights, or the easier it is to kind of just look at everything that's happening. Once you're to the outside of the fight, you kind of have two options. You can either let this team try to come in and fight the team you're originally fighting, or you can wrap around and you can push one of the teams into the other. So if you're finding that in general you're getting, you're getting thirded a lot, practicing getting to the outside of the fight, wrapping around and pushing that team, or not necessarily even pushing them, but just kind of like pressuring them towards the other team. If you push them, well, guess what? Now you're in a face-to-face fight and there's another team close, they third you. So you're really just trying to like pressure them, be shooting, cause damage, and then off of, reasonable advantages, you can push up. Maybe you get a knock, you can play a little bit more aggressive, you can work your way out a little bit more, but you're not just going to like get to the outside and then just go full swing again, because now you're right back to where you started. That was the first way. I know that was like a mouthful. That's probably like giving you an aneurysm just listening to the shit I have to say. The second way is you would basically just push like as hard as you can one of the other like whatever team you think that you have the biggest advantage on. Just push the shit out of them. You're either going to blow right past them and you're just going to get to the outside of the fight by kind of like moving through them, or you're just going to steamroll that team because they maybe weren't expecting a push. And you just fuck them up, and now you only have to worry about the third party in because you know that they're there, you're somewhat aware for it. That's probably the worst option because it requires you to take a fight that you don't have control over. But it is an option that you should also use, push come to shove. Yo, what up, Sloth? Much love, man. I'm happy that you enjoy the shorts. Where's my Pika? Yeah, welcome back, dude. Don't forget to strafe forwards and backwards. Yeah, don't forget to strafe forwards and backwards, gang. Bro, what is up with the queues today? Am I on like some crazy Chinese server? No, I'm on US East. Is everyone just playing wild cards? Should I just play wild cards? Dude, where's my PK? I was looking at his shorts recently. I don't know why, but his shorts always pop up on my TikTok. And I was looking at his stuff, looking at some of the recent things he was posting, and he's just, I swear, bro, that guy just, he puts out the most random content ever. Like, just the most obscene, random factoids that aren't even facts. Is this gonna load or no? Why is TikTok not opening? TikTok. Coach. I wonder if he blocked me because I always talk shit about him. He has not. He unblocked me. Good girl. All right, while we try to queue into a game, let's just fact check. Damn, yo, low key man is starting to get views. Am I looking at the right channel? I swear every video he posts gets like only 500 views. How is it that last night when I looked at his channel, he had like 500 views on all these videos? And now out of nowhere, it's like 1,000, 20K, almost 10K, 5K almost, 5K. How do you just magically get? Am I tripping? All right, we're going to have to revisit that. That makes no sense. Don't forget the straightforward and backwards. Jesus. Yo, what up, Juice? Yo, District, remember a Lucky Shot tournament like a week ago? Yes, sir. I was supposed to play in it, and I wasn't feeling good, or I wasn't able to, and I wasn't able to. Just didn't show up. I was supposed to be your coach. No! Dude, I'm so sorry. Dude, I went to sleep at like 5 in the morning because I could not sleep, and then I had a coaching session first thing in the morning. I couldn't blow it off. Yo, what up, man? How you doing? Oh, yeah, what up, Danimal? What the fuck? How you doing, bro? Bro, did I take your Bangalore? Danimal is like one of the, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Danimal is like one of the like best Bangalores in the world. Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't know I was playing wildcard. What up? Stop reporting you. You fucking DMA cheater. I'm about to get no gun. I'm about to get no gun. No gun. I got nothing, bro. No one saw that. No one saw that. Totally scuffed wall jump. This is the one thing I hate about wildcards. You just... It's so hard to get loot off drop. Especially when everyone just wants to go super crazy in this one POI. Alright, sweet. I think I'm vibing. Alright. Use sensitivity to tool. 100%. Do not be changing your sensitivity all the time. As much as sensitivity is a setting that can and should be changed, it's not something that you want to change all the time. Should I help out my boys or should I just linger around here? I just heard someone right next to me. Okay. Oh, that's right. I'm not on Wraith. Alright. Holy shit, dude. I have not played Apex in forever. Alright. Fighting on low. Get up right here. Pop myself. Put some pressure off this door where I have a knock. It's not dropping on me. Just 100 pump me off the PK and it's not pushing. I'm stuck. This is an awful game so far. I don't feel like I've done anything so far. No! Oh my god, I did not get a wall jump. Oh. What are the odds I just crawl out of this? Nope, never mind. Is this your full-time job? Yes, this is my full-time job. I coach full-time, and then I stream and make content full-time as well. I've just been super sick recently, which is why you haven't seen anything from me. Not even sick, I've just been injured. Gaming is a hard sport. The esports have taken a toll on my back. No, bro. 100% this guy drops something, right? Ah. Good thing we're warming up before our session. The Discord link is broken? Oh, okay. If an easy way to find the server without having a link is in the Discord browse. The Discord browse option, like where you can like browse different servers. If you just look for like the district, you'll easily find us. Oh, on height here. No pressure. Bad aim. Dude, my aim is just not aiming. The range we're shooting laser beams in the range. Fuck, bro, I'm gonna end this game with like 500 damage. How long have I been making content full time? I think about 5 years now, maybe. About 5 years. Alright, I'm gonna pop this. Oh, it's gonna let me walk up here, hopefully. Holy shit, bro. Well, there's a Havoc. Do I still play roller? I only ever play controller for like super casual games, so like skateboard games, like things like that. I would play controller, but other than something super chill like a racing game, like a fucking sports game or something like that, I would probably stay on M&K the whole time. Oh, that's 2 teams. Or not 2 teams, but that's more than 1 person. But they're fighting, which means that they're not fighting me. I can walk up here for free. Put some pressure on that. Oh, my aim. I'm still getting used to the mouse pad. Oh. 2 people. Can I change legends once I'm already playing? Low key, I don't even know why. I didn't even think about changing my legend when it was on Bangalore. Huge. Ooh, I didn't know it was 2. I thought it was just 1. 1v1 if you push that. Risky bisky. I don't have a smoke. I'm climbing. Oh, R9. I'm punching the air. I'm punching the air again. How am I punching the air? Ooh. A dash would be broken. Wall running would be broken. Totally forgot this was a thing. Oh. That's a knock guy. Put smoke on that so that they don't see us. They can't really put that much pressure. Another smoke I just got. Put a smoke on them again. Again. Make it hard for them to put pressure. Use this to walk up. Audio on the right. Look right. Bro, that thing has way too much health. Take the height, overlook everything. Oh shit, maybe not. Ooh! Huge. Well, that's a lot of people. A lot of people are flying in back there, so I just want to take the pressure off of us in case we have to look over here. Yeah, there we go. My aim is not aiming. Traded somehow. Make up stuff, Riz. Oh. I would need to get the fuck out of that, bro. Fucking. Okay, we good. Really? I need to low key try to. Ah. Well, I didn't even get to see you kill me. Oh, what? I thought I got killed by a sparrow, not a altar. All right. Leave match. Is there a spec command? I think I have one. I don't know if it's working though. I know a lot of my commands just aren't working. I need to like relink all my bots and stuff because I had some like issues. All right, let's look at the Coach Frosty here. He was talking a lot of random nonsense recently. Latest videos. Crazy to see that.
What I like to teach. So what I was explaining to that person is somebody who's never played any video games ever before. So I was explaining to her the basics of recoil control.
All right, chat. Coach Frosty's the absolute base fundamentals of recoil control. Let's see what the #1 Apex coach has to say. Smoothing plus strafing plus centering the pattern equals best recoil control.
Recoil control being the consistent of 3 major things. The actual control of the strafe pattern, like the actual recoil pattern, not strafe pattern, sorry. But the actual control of the recoil pattern. Then there's recoil smoothing, and then there's recoil strafing.
Okay, Okay. Never mind.
Okay. Strafing is movement.
No, stop. Don't queue, don't queue, don't queue, don't queue, don't queue, don't queue. Okay.
Yep, that's with your physical body.
Yeah.
Smoothing is with your reticle. So you can even do this while sitting still with on mouse and keyboard. You can jitter aim. Literally, with my left hand, totally up. That's just with my ADS, like just...
He is correct. Jitter aiming is indeed a method to control recoil. He is correct about that. Let me open up Apex and go hop in the range.
You can jitter aim and be
He did not jitter aim though, so let's just
so that's just
be clear with that one.
This is strafing. Combine them both, and you get what looks like Zen.
Coach Frosty, ladies and gentlemen, that is the #1 recoil technique in the world right now. Combine all 3. Combine strafing. Combine standing still and controlling your recoil. And, at the same time, combine smoothing your aim by moving your reticle. And you will get recoil as good as this.
Strafing. Combine them both, and you get what looks like Zen.
I'm not going to lie, that looks a lot like the recoil of the silvers that I've been coaching. But hold on, the video's not done. I'm sure he has a lot of good tips here.
And that is literally just using a keyboard and mouse. See? So that is the combination. Now, the pulling down is the 3rd pillar. If you do the first 2 well enough, the strafing and the recoil smoothing combined, then the 3rd pillar of pulling down is barely ever needed. Like, it's...
Guys, if you strafe left and right randomly, while, don't get me wrong, or hold on, there's more to this, while jitter aiming, you will get recoil. You will get perfect recoil control. But if that doesn't work, sometimes you will have to pull down. I'm not too sure what Coach Frosty thought he was cooking with that one, and this is no disrespect. This is just to highlight just some very basic facts. Recoil, where was he standing? At the beginning of the sand. Recoil from right here should be as simple if you're on mouse and keyboard as doing that. I don't think you should have recoil
on mouse and keyboard. You can jitter aim. Literally, with my left hand.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, yo. The beginning of his jitter aim, I'm not,
like,
chat. I'm not even gonna lie. The beginning of his jitter aim right there was actually like really good.
Mouse and keyboard.
I did not notice that.
Jitter aim.
It was really good.
With my left hand.
And then it got crazy, but he did look away from the screen. But
combine.
But this.
See, if you do the first two well enough, the strafing and the recoil smoothing combined,
show us again.
Then the third pillar of pulling down is barely ever down.
Where was it?
You get what looks like Zen.
That, yeah, this should not look like that at all. So there's really only two ways to control recoil. Pulling down, and then there's aim smoothing, which is pulling your crosshair. Is how you would control recoil. So if you're gonna pull down, then you need to control the left and right, like jiggles. If you fucking pull right, then you just need to control keeping yourself on target. You should not... I think where he's really going wrong here is he's taking every single aspect, every single way of, like, aiming, and he's mixing them all together to give him, like, the perfect concoction. But it's literally like drinking swamp water. Like, when you go to McDonald's as a little kid, and you're like, oh, dude, I'm gonna put Coke in here, I'm gonna put Sprite in my cup, a little bit of Orange Crush, or maybe some Mountain Dew and some Dr. Pepper, and he's getting aiming that looks like this, and he's going, well, look, all of my bullets hit the wall, so my recoil must be fucking spot on. And then you do that to someone who's like all the way over here, and your aim is like... that just does not work. I'm not gonna lie, it's really bad advice. You should...
And that's literally just using...
Watch. That's a diabolical message. No, when it comes to recoil, you need to pick what you want to do, and it has to it needs to fit the purpose. There's different ways to control recoil. Right? The pattern, standing still. Right? You would use this more so in a situation where something's not really moving that much across your screen. Right? Someone who's all the way over here, when they strafe, they're not going to strafe that much. So, aim smoothing, look at how much my crosshair is coming off target while I just strafe left and right. It barely comes off target. So, aim smoothing at this range wouldn't do anything. Right? I would want to control the pattern at this range. So, I would use a specific technique like jitter aiming. If I'm really close... my crosshair is going to move a lot more as my target goes further across my screen. So I'm going to use a technique like aim smoothing. Right? If I want to get even stronger aim smoothing capabilities, then I'll strafe with it. Right? And let's just say I have to pull my mouse 10 centimeters to track this. If I move in the opposite direction, that's like adding another 10 centimeters, hypothetically. It would make me pull a lot harder, which would mean that my aim smoothing would be even stronger. So everything is a tool, everything is a technique. If you go all swamp water with your fucking shit like Coach Rossi's telling you to do, you're just going to get a whole bunch of, like, really inconsistency. So remember, chat, everything's a tool here. Speaking of tools, we are about to go hop into a coaching session and give a lot of new tools to someone who's looking for some coaching help. I lied, actually. That session is in 30 minutes. So we got some time to watch some more Coach Rossi tips here.
You go left and right. Even on your controller, you can look while you're doing it. You make a curve going from left to right, right? That's your natural input. That's what you're doing. The response curve is as it says when you read the description, it's the magnitude remapping of the stick input moving left to right. So what it does is it remaps what you're doing to counter that curve. So let's go ahead and...
All right. What the fuck, bro? Coach Frosty's the kind of guy that read a textbook, understood half of it, and then thought that he understood some of the bigger words and made a whole video on it. When it comes to... Hold on, let me plug in my controller here. What the fuck, dude? When it comes to response curve, for all of my controller players, your response curve, shape of the magnitude remapping applied to the stick input, affects how sensitive the stick is across its range of input. All this means is, as you pull your stick more and more and more, it will increasingly move faster and faster and faster. And depending on what you set your response curve to, the far left side, you haven't pulled your stick at all. The far right side, you pulled your stick all the way. The blue is, how much it's accelerating from 0 to whatever your yaw speed is. All right, so if I put this on linear here, you can see that it increases at the same speed as I pull. So it's just going to be a very smooth progression. Versus if I crank my response curve up, you can see that those beginning movements won't move at all. And then it will slowly start turning up, and then the curve will go parabolic. All this does is change how fast does your stick turn, depending on how far you've pulled your stick. Coach Frosty seems to think that when you pull your... Oh, I turned that way too high to the point where I can barely move my own stick. Coach Frosty thinks that when you pull your stick, the response curve is going to make it either pull more up or pour more down as you pull it off to the left or to the right. I've seen in one of his videos, he was saying that the response curve is naturally made for the curvature of your thumb. And as you pull your thumb naturally wants to pull on an incorrect angle. So the response curve is actually to change how it pulls on that curvature so that it can be more precisely accurate left and right. Word for word what this motherfucker said. That is not true at all, bro. That is what your yaw and your pitch speed is for. If when you pull your stick to the left or to the right, it doesn't move sideways, you can artificially fix that by changing your sensitivity so that it wants to pull more one way than the other. You know, sure, you can do that. That's perfectly fine. Or you can just, actually fix your skill issue and learn to pull your stick perfectly sideways. I don't really see how changing your settings is, going to be your first go-to answer for that one. That makes no sense.
Look behind you in the dirt here real quick. Your curve, what you're inputting naturally, like with no response curve at all, will look something like this. Because you have a natural curve.
What did I just say? This guy thinks that your response curve makes your fucking aim curve. What the fuck? Tell me that you're a mouse and keyboard player who's never touched a controller in your life.
What happens is with the response curve, it remaps it and puts a counter thing in it like that.
No, it doesn't.
That's that undercurve. What ends up coming out, so because you put in this and it remapped this, what ends up happening is you get a nice...
You know what I think is funny? Instead of just shooting a straight line, he had to walk his body sideways to shoot a straight line, and it's not even straight. No, that is not true at all, Coach Frosty. All right.
All your extra yaw, pitch, ramp up, and
next
delay
Frosty
off.
clip of the day.
If you want something that is smooth, accurate, and precise, turn it all off. Okay? All your extra yaw, pitch, ramp up, and delay off. If you want something that is smooth, accurate, and precise, turn it all off. Okay? And the same thing for your ADS. They do the same thing. What those do, and I'll go through each one of them for you. Extra yaw and pitch. When you hit that outer threshold, the maximum, okay, because that's what determines the maximum. When you hit it, that extra yaw will just give you a speed boost. It's literally just a second setting that's like a faster movement. Your ramp up time, it will slow down your normal movement when you're looking like, without hitting that outer threshold, when you're just looking around in general, like in the middle of your toggle.
So far, he's not wrong. He's actually spot on with this one.
You'll have an 80% of your speed. When you hit that outer threshold, it'll slowly ramp up from 80% to 100% of the speed.
What?
Your ramp up time, it will slow down your normal movement when you're looking like, without hitting that outer threshold, when you're just looking around in general, like in the middle of your toggle.
Bro.
You'll have an 80% of your speed.
This motherfucker just said, chat, this is why you literally cannot listen to mouse and keyboard coaches when they've never played controller. This guy literally just said, your ramp up time is going to change your yaw speed sensitivity. Once you get past yaw speed and pitch speed, these 4 settings don't do anything to this setting here. These are all individual settings. Actually, pretty much none of these settings interact with each other for the most part. If you use turning ramp up time, and I've explained this in my ALC explained videos, ramp up time only changes how long it takes to get the full effect of your extra turning yaw and pitch. So if you played 33%, and this is just, a scale of how slow or how fast this can be in total, 33% is not like a special number, right? If you're playing extra 250 and you're playing with 33% ramp up time, This basically just means that it's hypothetical numbers. It's going to take 5 seconds to go from 0 to 250 extra yaw. Right? If I increase this, it's just going to take an extra 5 seconds, so now 10 seconds, to go from 0 to 250 extra yaw. If I put this on 0, it's going to take 0 seconds from the time that my stick reaches the outer threshold to go from 0 to 250 extra yaw. So again, like this guy, he was cooking in the first half. He was definitely cooking in the first half. And then he started explaining what the setting did, and then he was back to making a swamp sandwich.
When you hit that outer threshold, it'll start noticing the...
He's also saying turn off, by the way, all of your settings, because if you turn everything off, you're going to have the smoothest possible aim. Dude, all these settings do is just give you more options on how to aim. So if you wanted to hit bigger flicks, you could add extra yaw to help you hit bigger flicks. If you don't want the flicks to be too flicky, you can turn up the ramp-up time to smooth it out. So the fact that he's telling you to actually turn off something that will smooth your aim even more makes no sense. He's actually saying the complete opposite of what he's trying to preach.
And I want to match it on my screen. So go ahead and start with the dead zone.
Oh, what the fuck? This gotta be rage bait. That title has to be rage bait.
I want to match it on
how in the... Oh, never mind. How in the world does Coach Frosty do that?
screen. So go ahead and start with the dead zone. Read down what you have.
Okay, 5% dead zone.
Yep.
1 outer threshold.
Perfect.
6 response curve. My yaw speed is 290.
Yeah, I'm going to copy the same thing. Hold on. 516290. 516. So far, actually pretty solid settings. Not the worst. 290. That's a little fast, but the 6% response curve is actually going to make that feel pretty normal.
Hey, you want to see a cool trick?
What?
You're 5'8".
Yes.
So fucking freaky, isn't it?
How did you know?
I swear to God, it is the goofiest... No, okay, so...
Did he just guess his height? Is that what the whole clip's going to be about?
Now, you notice when it's going wild
Never mind,
is when
we're
you're
gonna skip that
stopping
one.
moving. It's on those corners.
Will I ever go for Pred? I might next split.
Yeah, see, that's exactly when fighting people, that's what I tend to do. I tend to just stop and try to rely on just my thumb.
Well, I want you to practice. You saw the thing about recoil, right? Remember, every gun outside the flatline and alternator. The flatline and alternator only has horizontal, so left, right works better.
Right. Yep.
So everything else, circle. But practice those circles.
What the
Really
fuck?
tight left-handed circle. Just you want to keep it moving like it's muscle memory. Oh my God! Yeah, look at the difference.
Oh my God!
Can I zoom in here?
All and I want to match it on. Now you notice when it's going wild is when
Coach Frosty. Okay, hold on. I gotta find that clip again.
all
Where
your
is it?
extra yaw, pitch, ramp. Look at your hands when you go left. What I like to teach. So what I was explaining to that person
Where
is
did it
somebody
go?
who's never look all your extra and now you notice when
It's-
it's
there we
going wild is when you're stopping moving. It's on those corners.
Yeah, see, that's exactly when fighting people, that's
the
what I
fuck
tend
did
to
he
do.
say?
I tend to just stop and try to rely on just my thumb.
Well, I want you to practice. You saw the thing about recoil, right? Remember, every
Yeah.
gun outside the flatline and alternator. The flatline and alternator only has horizontal, so left, right works
and
better.
right.
The alternator and flatline only have horizontal recoil. Horizontal? Isn't that sideways? Holy shit, bro. Whoa, why is my flatline kicking to the side? Whoa, why are you kicking to the side? Oh, what the f... Oh, it's you need to... You too! Why are you kicking to the side? Oh, it's because the hip fire crosshairs. The hip fire crosshairs are pointing to the side. Well, wait a minute. What about the R9? Well, the R9... Oh, the R9 is pointing to the left, to the right, up and down. Whoa. So this must mean that this gun has recoil in all 4 directions. Whoa, that's crazy. Whoa, that's crazy. No, dude. The direction of your hip fire crosshair has no indication on how your gun shoots. Every single gun, no matter what you do, is going to kick up to the fucking sky, bro. And every single gun, no matter what gun you have, is also going to move left and right as it goes up. Every single gun. So the fact that you're basing how you're going to control your recoil off of your fucking crosshair makes zero sense, dude. Oh, you know what? I did pull left and right and the recoil was controlled. Yeah, he actually might be cooking with this one. Wait, hold on. Oh, shit. I pulled left that time and it just went everywhere. Hey, guys, if you're going to control recoil, literally just pull down. Strafing left and right, this is just going to... This is just tracking your opponent. This is called mirroring your opponent. Mirror strafing. That's not going to help you with your recoil. This guy gives the wildest tips and advice. I'm not, dude, and I hate picking on someone, but I don't think I've seen a coach not be able to give a single good piece of advice. I'm happy that he coaches for free, because I don't think that someone should pay and get a session like that. That is absolutely wild. I believe he uses obsidian somethings. I did not know what the second word is, but it's in one of his newer how to get good videos. Oh, are you asking about my skates? I play on a whole bunch of different skates. I don't know who knows this. I'm actually sponsored by Wallhack. So, and by hold on, Wallhack, and what's the other one? SkyPad. No, wait, not SkyPad. XRAYPAD, there it is. I'm sponsored by Wallhack and XRAYPAD, so I use both of their skates. I use both of their mouse pads, and I kind of just toggle between and like mix and match to kind of just get different feelings and try new things out. I'm currently using a different Wallhack mouse pad. In the skates, I currently switched off of the Obsidians from XRAYPAD, and I'm on the new UHMW skates from Wallhack. The skates that I was using before Juice, and they were my favorite for the pad that I was using. I wouldn't use these skates on other pads, but the skates that I was using that I really liked were the Obsidian Air Pros. Those are the purple skates. And then I also like the Obsidian Pros, which if I'm not mistaken are the black skates. Those two are my favorite for the Wallhack SP4 pad. But I wouldn't play with those skates if I was on a cloth pad, because then my aim would be way too slow. It would be way too sticky. So again, you should never base what gear you're going to buy off of someone else, because if you don't have the exact same setup, it's not going to feel and it's not going to perform the same as that other person. Does skate equal mouse? No. Wait, what do you mean by that, actually? Because I kind of interpreted that in like two different ways right away. The skates are the little plastic things on the bottom of your mouse that help it like fly across your mouse pad. There's different kinds of skates, there's different materials, there's different thicknesses and shapes, and all those different things affect how things like work out. Yeah, I really hope that people don't think that I'm picking on someone when I just call out like the nonsense that they say. You were looking at the Wallhack X-Ray Obsidian Pro mouse feet. What mouse pad do you have, Juice? That could completely change if you should even, depending on like, that could completely change what skates you buy. You're a solo player trying to gain in ranked. Who should you play? I would probably... I always suggest if you're soloing, and I talked about this in a short that I uploaded today to YouTube, you should be playing legends that can make plays. Whether that's setting yourself up to push, whether that's putting yourself into a position to fight, whether that's removing yourself from certain fights and positions. If you can play those types of legends... it will be a lot easier to solo queue because you can help your team make more plays. That's probably the hardest part for most players. It's being consistent at making plays instead of waiting to make a play.
It's not fair. I know. I'm learning how unfair life can be too.
Yeah, Juice, bro, do you know what mousepad you play on? Also, I'm pretty sure someone subbed over on Twitch not too long ago. I'm so sorry. For some reason, my Twitch dashboard's not showing. Appreciate the love, appreciate the support, appreciate the sub, honey. There we go. My bad. Where's my crosshair?
Reloading. Whole squad down. I've heard it's better.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
I'll use that.
There we go.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to see. That dark blue was like almost clear. There should be another team here though, right?
Optics here.
Damn, did my teammate kill everyone?
Focus on your map.
Got this weapon enhanced. Good.
Spotted over there. Science. Go for a better angle.
I leveled up. Upgrades waiting for me.
I'll hold you one. Now, magazine stand, masulo sa kayo.
Fast chosen.
Okay.
Got an idea where it leads.
What do I think of the Logitech Superlight Pro? I think it's not a bad mouse.
Take a break if you're old.
It's got a good sensor. It is a little bit heavier than some of the other same priced options out there, like the Viper V3, or the the Viper V3, the one that I have, is a lighter version of the Logitech one. It's a slightly smaller shape. I think really there's only two things that people need to consider when it comes to buying a mouse. One, the shape. Does it fit? Is it comfortable for what, feels good for them? And two,
Care package coming down.
aside from the shape, is going to be the weight.
I've spotted an enemy. They're far.
Oh. Unfortunate. Yeah, I would say like the Logitech Superlight, all in all around, it's a really good, it's a decent mouse. I would definitely not dog on it. Is it the perfect mouse? I don't know. That's gonna be for you to decide, low key. Yeah, Juice Bro, if you get a really fast mouse pad, playing on control skates or harder skates, like oh, he's in clutch. Boom! Swing that, lock him in. Huge. Unfortunate. He should have swung him instead of waiting for him to peek. He would have saved a second or two. If you're going to get a really fast mouse pad, especially like a glass mouse pad, getting control skates low-key can help mitigate some of the issues that come with having such a crazy fast mouse pad. Me specifically, the reason why I play slower skates on glass is because, one, the reason why I'm playing glass to begin with is so that I'm playing on consistently texturized and hard surface. For example, if you play cloth, if you use your cloth pad a lot, which you probably are if you're playing a lot of Apex, you're going to wear down a lot of spots really quickly, right? And then those spots become slower, so the consistency of how your pad feels across the mouse pad is different the entire time. The second thing is, if you're on cloth, you can press into the cloth, Meaning, if you have an issue with accidentally pushing in when you get tense or just pushing in general as you're tracking or flicking or whatever, you can change how the cloth pad feels depending on how much you press. Maybe you like that. Maybe you want the option to do that. As you flick over to a spot, you press in a little bit and it helps you stop a little bit more. That's awesome. You can go ahead and use that. I don't really like that much. So I play glass, so that's the same thickness, the same density across, you know, all of my movements. Obviously, if I still press into my pad, it will still slow down because there's extra resistance, but it's not nearly as much as on a cloth pad. So for me, playing a really quick pad by adding slower skates, it's a lot easier to get all the consistency feelings that I like from it while still having some control because it's not going to go flying across. No, I don't use the wooting. I actually just switched off of a keyboard that a sponsor gave me because I broke it, and I'm currently using the SteelSeries Apex Mini Pro. I've actually never played wooting. They're really expensive. Almost all of my gear has been like gifted to me, either by sponsors or like fans. So appreciate you guys. Oh, they're getting fought right now. Oh, bad aim. I'm gonna help out my teammates because I don't have that much ammo left. Is he swinging me? He is. Hey, he hit swung. I'm gonna try and get to the height. From the height, I can maybe get angles here. Nope.
Just run.
He's on me. Oh, I can pull my gun in time. Do I use SOCD? What's your keyboard actuation distance? All my keys are slightly different. My WASD is like really low. I think it's like 0.3 millimeters. My crouch is 0.1. My tab is about 0.5. My 1, 2, 3, 4 are around 0.5 also. My ping is like 0.1. My spacebar, if I'm not mistaken, is on default, and same with my C key, because I actually don't need to change that with super glides. I might change it in the future, but right now it's, yeah. And then everything else is like default. My inspect is also 0.1. But yeah, WASD, I would say the most important ones, 0.3, but that's just preference. I know some people play 0.1, but it's just way too responsive for me. Hey, District, I'm struggling to rank up and getting good damage, and even my kills are in the 5 to 8 range, but I can't seem to get good RP due to placement, and how my teammates can't get over 500 damage. What am I doing wrong? Let me reread that. Struggling to rank up, even though you're getting good damage. 5 to 8 range for kills, that's actually really good. That's actually kind of impressive. Can't seem to get good RP due to placement. So, what that sounds like is, it could be a bunch of different reasons. It could be like the first fight you take, you just get rolled. It could be, or not the first fight, because you're dropping good kills and good damage. What that honestly is sounding like is, you're probably not setting yourself up for positions. So, throughout the course of the game, you always want to be playing with a goal in mind. Am I playing for loot? Am I playing for kills? Am I playing for position? Am I playing to control from getting thirded? Am I like, what are you doing and why are you doing it? What reason do you have for whatever it is? If you're not getting good if you're not getting good placement, oftentimes what that comes down to is, for most players, you just run around and you just fight. Like, you treat it like a pub game and you just do shit. And then eventually, you just fuck up and you end up dying, right? Instead, what you should be doing is, as you're fighting, as you're doing, or not even fighting, as you're just playing the game, As the fight gets closer and closer to like the middle and the end game, you should be focusing less on kills, and you should be focusing way more on your position. If you're in a good position for the end game, you don't have to make risky plays, and other people do. Which means, usually for the most part, you will be able to catch people while they try to do stuff, and you'll get free kills. Or, you know, when push comes to shove and you have to make a play, oftentimes you'll just be in a better position to begin with. So what I would consider is, if you're already getting good kills, come mid-game, or come you just have good loot. Because you don't really need to fight if you already have good loot. There's no reason to fight, for the most part. Once you get to like that last part of your, you know, the middle of your match rather, then you should be more so focused on putting yourself into positions that will help you, instead of just randomly like taking random fights. Damn, bro. Dude, what's going on with queues? It went from 54 to 48 to 28. I feel like I'm in a reverse queue, which is perfectly fine because I actually have a coaching session. All right. Discord. Alright, sent them a friend request. Instantly added me. Awesome. Please send me your in-game name and platform. District, if you had to give just one tip to a player without being able to say anything else, what would it be? You can't keep getting kills if you're dead. So focus on doing things that help you stay alive. By far, I think one of the most undervalued tips that you could give someone. A lot of people don't make plays, or they don't think about how could I have stayed alive longer in a lot of their fights, or just in general. They don't think about how can I stay alive for another 5 seconds? How can I stay alive for another 5 seconds? How can I stay alive for another 5 seconds? And the better you get at thinking about how can I stay alive for another 5 seconds, the easier it is to keep playing, because you keep looking for opportunities that will keep up your health instead of looking for one opportunity. There's a lot of situations where you do take a fight. You mess up, you miss your shots. It was a good play. It was a really good play. You just missed. Or someone just hit a crazy headshot on you. And now you have to leave. People will leave once, and then they'll get knocked, and then they'll like die for it. As opposed to, you leave once, you have 5 more seconds. Okay, what can I do to play for another 5 seconds? I can do this. They live for another 5 seconds. What can I do again? Figured it out. They live for another 5 seconds. It can be super simple things, or it can be really advanced things. But if you're not focused on that 5-second mentality, you are going to make good plays, don't get me wrong, but you're not going to do it as consistently as you can. So think to yourself, how can I live for another 5 seconds? It will train you to keep looking for new ways to take the current situation that you're in. It will keep you alive longer, and the longer you live, the more that you can do. All right, gang, let's hop into a coaching session. Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad, my man. All right. I think, yeah, I did send you a friend request. You did get it. Awesome. In the lobby. Love it. All right, dude. How we doing today, man?
Doing good. Haven't played ranked yet. I was just jumping into pubs trying to warm up a bit.
Nice. No, you're totally good. I have not played that much ranked at all this season either, or the split, so you're totally vibing.
Oh man, the POIs are killing me.
You don't like the POIs? Is it just like the random drop that you're committed to? You don't like that?
Yeah, I think the randomness, and then like you're kind of like forced into that decision. Like, if your loot's really bad, am I pushing a team as soon as possible to try to like increase my loot, or we're rotating? So many decisions, honestly.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Well, dude, my man, what are we doing today? What is the goal for today's session?
Yeah, primarily game sense. I think I dropped the game about season 10 and I'm just getting back into it. So it's been a long time. I somehow wrinkled my way into plat, but I definitely think I'd lose a lot of fights and knowing how to initiate and get out if I need to.
Okay. Okay. Okay, sweet. Yeah, we can definitely work on that. Well, let's start off here. Let's take a look in general as to kind of like what you got going on with how you're playing, how you're doing certain things. And once we kind of get a feel for what's going on, we can fix a couple issues if we need to, or we probably will. There's probably going to be a bunch. And then once we get a grasp as to everything that's going on, then we can kind of take everything, go hop into some actual matches, or we can keep it in the range. We'll kind of just see. We'll see how it goes. So let's start off. Let's just grab whatever 2 weapons. We'll grab all blue attachments. Whatever sight you want is perfectly fine.
Got my upgrade. Let's see where it takes me.
And I will copy whatever you pick up. R9, love it.
I made the right choices.
I usually run like in game. It's usually like 30-30 in Peacekeeper. That's my normal. But
30-30 PK?
I
Nice.
usually warm up with R9 in
Okay.
case I need to pick one up.
So are you controller M and K?
I'm MMK.
Okay, I was gonna say, I don't really hear too many controller players that pick up a very close range weapon and then a very long range weapon, both single fire. So yeah, that definitely makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. So let's start off with kind of just figuring out in general what is going on. The way that we'll do this is we'll just start off with like some initial 1v1s. I'm gonna start super slow and easy, and I'm gonna progressively get harder and harder. Once we kind of start seeing how you're playing, then we'll kind of start re-slowing things down, and we'll start talking about different things going on. But for the initial part, I want to go as easy as possible. It's gonna feel like I'm borderline trolling you. It's just kind of to see what's going on, and then we'll talk about what's going on. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, sweet. We'll both ping to say, yo, I'm all ready to go. We'll go off of whoever pings last.
All right.
Sure thing.
All right, so let's start off here, figuring out how is he, in general, kind of taking fights and looking at me. How engaged is he? He knows where I am. He's peeking. He's looking for me. If I move, does he look at where I'm playing now? He's already looking alright. Perfect.
I'm taking shots.
He's engaged, he's looking, he's aware. Alright, so he's fairly aware. Awesome, he's looking a lot. How much is he shooting? When does he shoot? Holding a lot of space. How engaged is he? Pre-firing, cool, awesome. Nice. Hey, what up, Lex? I love you, babe. Love you, Lex. Alright, nice. Definitely seems like he watches the videos, doing a lot of things that we talk about. Good, holding that angle. Changing a little bit. A lot of sideways movements. A lot of stagnant playing, so this seems like it's going to be the main issue for us today. The fact that he just doesn't want to walk up and make something happen.
I downed an enemy.
Alright. You definitely have a lot of good tendencies, which is really interesting to see that you're saying... What's your highest rank? You said you just got to platinum?
Yeah, I just got the plat.
That's the highest that you've ever been?
Yeah.
Okay, damn, interesting. I find it really interesting because you're doing a lot of things that I wouldn't typically see with plat players.
Yeah, I've watched your videos here and there, and
Yeah.
I try to implement into my game as much as I can.
Yeah.
But it might just be also a game sense thing that I tend to struggle with.
All right, so chat. Oh, there we go. He's moving. He's making plays. How's he gonna play now? He's close. He's gonna swing. He's gonna force that angle. Nice.
Oh, I gotta hit those.
Okay, we'll do one more. We'll actually scratch that. We'll do like 2 to 3 more really quick to just keep seeing what pops out. But so far it looks like you have some fairly simple things going on. But we'll just again keep doing some 1v1s to make sure here.
That's good.
Okay. So aside from kind of that didn't knock him. Nice. Aside from him doing a good thing, which is just consistently being engaged, he's not making sure that he's consistently closing space. He's not trying to play off of all the controlling that he's doing. He's also sometimes tending to over-peek a little bit too much. Okay. So let's start talking about what's going on here.
Yeah.
All in all, you are actually playing really good, and I think you do have a lot of good game sense. I think for right now, from the very couple, easy 1v1s that we've had so far, you're just playing a little bit too passive off of the advantages that you're creating. So from all the 1v1s that we've had, there was only one 1v1 where you actually pushed me. All of the other 1v1s, even though you had a lot of health advantage over me, you kept just consistently trying to keep it a peeking fight, right? Like a poking fight. Now, whether you're playing 30-30 and a 30-30 is a poking kind of gun, or you're using snipers and snipers are best at range when poking. When you are consistently peeking, it's awesome because at any moment, if you want, you can manage your health, right? If you want to fight, you can choose to expose yourself, you can choose to shoot, you can choose to take damage. If you don't, all good, you just look away. So when we're poking at range, when there's distance between you and me, it's really easy to do whatever you want to manage your own health. It's really hard to manage other people's health, which is why we want to close space. The more space you close, the easier it is not to wait to see if that person sticks out into the open for you to shoot them, but the easier it is to just swing, put that person in the open, force some damage to happen. So what we want to think of is the longer that we keep this a poking engagement, not to say that this is exactly how we'll go, but this is traditionally what will happen. The longer that we keep this a poking engagement where we're just poking in and out of the open, whether you're getting knocks, whether you're barely getting damage, whether you're getting breaks or whatever, you're going to allow that person to consistently keep up his health and to do what he wants. So even when I was going as easy as possible on you, you still weren't pushing and you still weren't getting the damage that you were looking for, even though it is pretty clear you do have some decent aim. So everything we do should be in an effort to close more space, and eventually swing. So what I want to start seeing from you with this in mind, because it's very obvious that you've seen the videos where we're talking about holding the angle pre-fire. Don't let that person look at don't let that person look at you, right? When you create those moments where you see me become passive, I want you to just take a step forward, all right?
Okay.
Take a slide up. Now, one more thing, and this is arguably even worse than you not pushing. When you do typically move, you move sideways. So an example of this would be, you're playing right here. You're doing a great job of holding me. You're not letting me look at you. You're keeping me tucked in behind my cover. But when you go to move, you take a step forward, awesome. All good. You close that space. The next time, right? I want you to think for a second, how many slides do you think I am away from you?
One
slide. So when you start poking again, right, you make that person look away. You keep that person from looking at you as you move through the open. You move sideways. And now that person keeps playing cover. You have to start all over again. You make that person look away. And then what do? You move sideways. You move over here, right? Okay. And because you keep moving sideways, you're in that same poking situation. So if you are one move away from someone, one wall jump, one slide, one step, one anything, I want you to take that step forward. Don't take it sideways because you have to start again from scratch. Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's see you try that. All right, let's see what he does here, chat. He sees where I am. He's holding me. He's taking that step forward. He could have gone right to me. All good. We'll let it slide. Takes that slide on me. Okay. Obviously, we're not going 100%, but that was still leagues more aggressive towards you than I was like in our initial 1v1s. How much faster was that fight?
Yeah, that showed a big difference in closing the space.
It's such a super simple thing. Now, obviously, that's not the only thing holding you back, but that is probably one of the main things that is like standing out right away. So let's keep doing this for a little bit. Again, I'm going to start super slow, get harder and harder. We're going to see where do some other issues start popping out from.
Sounds good.
Okay. He knows where I am. He knows where to be engaging. Dead slide. Okay. Let's see if he dead slides again later. Ooh, okay. Pre-firing coming out of his cover is lacking. Let's look for dead slides. And let's look to see if he keeps having this pre-fire issue where he's getting hit before I am. It would have happened right there. Dead slide. I'm gonna I'll let that go. Move away from him. Have a whole reset. Let him know this is where I am. How is he gonna play? He sees me. Awesome. Good hold. Took a step forward right away. Perfect. There's the pre-fire issue. Pre-fire issue. I just missed my shot. Pre-fire issue. Alright. Found a new thing. Let's do one more 1v1, and then we'll talk about it. I'm going to pick up the pace a little bit here, and we'll like really highlight this pre-fire issue. Going right here.
I'm taking shots.
I'm going to reload. I'm going to do it again. There it is.
Enemy down.
Alright. You are taking damage a lot of the time before I am. And I don't think it's because of reaction difference, right? I would say my reaction time is actually pretty average. Whenever I do the tests on TikTok, I'm usually actually really slow. So I think, what I know is happening is you have, for the most part, decent crosshair placement, but you're not using your crosshair placement. I'm seeing a lot of the time you're swinging corners and you're already looking at me. I can see your gun pointed right at me. Maybe your crosshair's not on me yet, right? But you're looking in my direction. When you are fighting, especially when you're peeking, what you are typically doing, I'll share my screen with you over on Discord. This will make the most sense. Yeah. If I explain it, you're going to be like, dude, are you retarded? Like, it just will not make any sense. All right. So when you are peeking, you know that this person is in front of you, right? Let's just say I'm looking at you right now. When you step out to peek, maybe your crosshair isn't already on target, and you actually have to make that adjustment over. That's perfectly fine. You're not going to be perfect 100% of the time. Even the pro players are always off center, right? Because there's so many different angles that someone could be playing. You can't always know where they are. That's not really an issue. It's how do you play off of this issue? When you step out, you take the time to line up your shot and then shoot. And on paper, that doesn't seem like a bad thing. You're making sure you actually hit your shots. The issue with this is that there are so many little tiny things that even though it only takes up a couple milliseconds, it adds up over time. For example, when I come out, I have to see where you actually are, which means for a moment I have to react and I need to adjust over to you. And then I actually have to be accurate, and then I have to land my crosshair on you. And then I need to realize my crosshair's on you, and then I need to pull the trigger. All those little things are moments that add up, and it may just take 1 extra second, but in 1 second of shooting your gun, you can do about 90 to 100 damage depending on what gun you're playing. So when I'm stepping out and when you're stepping out, what should be happening is I know you're there. I know you're somewhere right here. So I'm going to come out already shooting. And I'm going to snap that aim over to where you are. Every time that you stick out, when you know roughly where that person is. If you don't know, then don't do this. But if you know roughly where he is, I know he's playing on that corner. Is it off the corner? Like perfect? Is he a little bit off? Is he a little bit further? All right? It doesn't matter. Shoot, flick over to where he actually is. If you're on target, You'll connect the moment that you see that person, the moment you actually step out. If you're not on target, you'll connect the millisecond that your crosshair gets placed over his body. And another huge point to this that I would say most people have never thought of before is, do you know what aim smoothing is?
Oh, when it's to cancel out the vertical, so you're like kind of moving right.
Yeah, like basically when you're pulling sideways, right? Gets rid of that vertical kick. Well, when you are snapping your aim over, especially when you go at high speeds, you actually aim smooth. So as you're bringing your crosshair over to that person, you don't have to deal with the initial jump of the recoil when it kicks up. So if you're not typically good at controlling the initial recoil, then aim smoothing over will actually fix that issue for you.
Wow, okay.
So a lot of good advantages come from just shooting as you step out instead of shooting, adjusting, and then shooting. So let's see you give that a try. When you know roughly, okay, district's playing this corner, my enemy's on this spot, shoot just coming out.
Okay, yep.
Okay. Super simple things.
Hostile close.
Make and break everyone's gameplay. He hears where I am. He hears this is where I'm playing. Alright, how is he going to peek this? There we go. Already connecting shots. Perfect. He hears where I'm playing. Knows this is where I am. We're already connecting shots. Perfect.
I've been down.
Alright, huge trade. I noticed when you stepped out, whether you were on or whether you were off, you were either dealing more damage or you were hitting me a lot sooner. So, and I think you even said too, oh, like I kind of noticed that.
Yeah.
Such a small thing, but it definitely makes and breaks your fights in those really heated moments. Let's do this again. I'm going to start really slow. We're going to pick up the pace. Keep thinking about those two things that we just talked about. Just focus on that, and I'll find the rest.
Hostile right here.
That's good.
Okay. You saw me play right here. Good pre-fire. I'll kind of tone it down a little bit, low-key. Okay. Your dead slides. You get those a lot. I've noticed it happen over and over and over again. Why do you think it's happening?
I think I'm not going back into cover before attempting the slide, so when I'm going, I'm getting shot, which kills that momentum from going into a slide.
Yeah, I've seen that you keep putting your gun down. Are you trying to use like that instant slide technique where you holster on holster slide on someone? Okay.
Yeah.
So the reason why it's not working for you, let's actually do this up top here. It's going to give us way more space.
Hostile close.
The reason why this is happening, it takes time to holster your gun. So the way that this mechanic is working to begin with, when the gun's put down and we unholster the weapon, for about half of a second, that crosshair doesn't change, which basically just tells us that your body is still moving fast in your previous state, right? Your gun holstered. You take out the weapon, half second later, that crosshair changes. Congratulations, now you're moving slow again. So this doesn't just work when you're taking out your weapon, it works when you're putting it away. And what you're doing is you are peeking, holstering, and trying to slide before that crosshair changes. And because of that, you're getting dead slides. Here's another reason why it's happening. When you're peeking, you're in the same instant that you're shooting, you're trying to push forward. So as you go to shoot, then you go to move. And one, it doesn't give you time to set up your gun. And two, you're in the open. So if you do get shot, it will cancel your sprint. And because you're not sprinting, you can't slide. So the way that you'll kind of practice this is peek, step, holster into the cover. And then when you go to take that step and you crouch, you'll still be behind cover. So as you're coming out, you're already in the slide. You can't get shot and it can't cancel your sprint because you're sliding now. All right. So peek, holster, slide from the corner. Always take a step back off of the corner that you're playing on. Step into the cover.
Got it.
Take a step back. Take your step forward. You're still safe. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Contact with target.
Should I use control or C to crouch? C for toggle, because you can just hit it, and then you can stay crouched like this, or hold to crouch so that you have more control over your movement as you're fighting. Good hold. I want to see, does he move off of... Oh, my bad.
What happened?
No, my bad, my bad. Oops, I thought I was on mute. I want to see, does he move off of just passiveness, or does he only move off of damage? Because this is also going to be an issue for a lot of plat players. Like, when are you actually moving? He didn't get any damage. No damage, but he's still playing where he is. I'm going to move up on him. Move up on him. Put him in the open. Okay. As you're fighting a lot of the time, you are only moving off... Actually, let me ask you this, actually. When do you typically feel good moving? Comfortable to take a push forward?
Health advantage. So if I get their shield low, that's when I'll like actually start pressing up.
Okay. Why is it only when you have a health advantage? What is making you comfortable to play off of a health advantage?
More confident if I take the fight with the advantage, I'd win the 1v1.
Okay.
With the higher health.
Okay. So, what about having more health is making it comfortable for you? It is not a trick question. I just want to see your perspective on this.
I guess I'm.
If you don't really know, but you just know that you like to play off of damage, that's perfectly fine. A lot of people also don't really have like a super specific reason. What a lot of people don't realize, the reason why they're playing. When we have a health advantage, obviously it's harder for them to kill us than it is for us to kill them, right? We only have to hit... Oh, he completely disconnected. Okay. That's unfortunate. So maybe I'll just talk to you guys, chat, while I wait for him to message me on Discord. So, when it comes to people playing off of health advantages... Can you hear me? Are you here? I see you on Discord, but you haven't disconnected yet. I think he's just completely gone. When we're playing off of health advantages, chat, what a lot of people don't realize... Obviously, it's easier for you to kill them than it is for them to kill you. You only have to hit half of your shots to hit, someone who has no shield. They have to hit their whole magazine if they want to knock you. Now, this isn't just, this is the advantage at face value. Really what's happening, which makes it really comfortable to play off of health advantages, chat, is when you're shooting someone who has less health than you, because they have to do so much more work than you do, or rather, not just do they have to put in more work than you do, but they also have to play a lot safer at the same time. Meaning, when I'm peeking off of a corner, let's just say I don't have that much health, I need to stand in the open long enough to deal all that damage. Which means, by standing in the open longer, I'm willingly taking more damage. The person that you're fighting, if they have more health, right, or rather, the person that's fighting you, because you have more health, you don't have to stand in the open as long. So, hold on, I'm wording this totally wrong because my brain is like off of like 500 milligrams of caffeine right now. Let's hit the refresh button. Okay, so when we have a health advantage over someone, obviously it's easier to kill that person than it is to get knocked. You only have to hit half of your shots, they have to hit all of their shots. Because they have to hit all their shots, they need to play in the open longer. But because they don't have the health to do that, they're forced to play behind cover longer, which means they have to spend less time peeking than you. Which means it's a lot easier for you to hold an angle on someone than it is for them to hold it on you. You can shoot longer, stand in the open longer. You can push harder, right, than that other person. Basically, because they have to play so passive, you can play more aggressive. And because you're playing more aggressive and you're shooting more, you're peeking more often, you're running up on them more consistently, they are forced to play even that much more passively because there's an even bigger threat that's happening. So a common theme as we start fighting is when you start to do what you're supposed to do. I'm holding an angle on someone. I'm not letting him look at me. He can't shoot back. I'm actually making it harder to fight that person because they are forced to become more passive. So if I don't play off of their passiveness, well, nothing happens, right? They just hide from me. So as I'm fighting and I'm pushing that person into their cover, as I'm fighting and that person is taking damage and they don't want to look, you have to more consistently step forward. Now, what I was going to get at with the guy that we were working with here before... Oh, hey!
Lord.
There you go. Welcome back.
Sorry about that.
No, you're
I don't
good.
know
You're
what
chilling.
happened.
Internet died. It's all good. It happens to me all the time. All right, let me leave the range and we'll suck you back in here.
Better now before in a range, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I cut out right before we started talking about the health advantage stuff and the comfortability of it.
I don't see you. Maybe.
Yeah,
you...
I'm
okay.
converting it.
Okay.
Yeah. Just- I was like, man, I'm lagging really bad. I knew it was gonna go up.
Oh no, you're totally fine. Alright, there you go. I sent you the invite.
Go. There we go.
Okay. So what I was saying, as you're fighting, when you are putting in damage, right? When you have that health advantage, obviously it's a lot easier for you to knock that person than it is for them to knock you. You have, let's just say hypothetically have full HP. That person has to hit every single one of their shots. You only have to hit half of your shots. So with that in mind, that person has to work a lot harder for what they're doing, right? They have to put in a lot more damage. They have to do a lot more than you. Now, as obvious as that is, what's not so obvious to most people is the simple fact, and I'll do this over here so that we don't have to run over to the pit.
I made the right choices. I'm at max level.
What's not so obvious for most players is that because...
This upgrade
Yep.
should help.
because that person doesn't have as much health and they need to do more, because they're forced to peak longer, they don't have the health to be able to do that, right? You are more willing to take damage than they are. So as we start bringing people's health down, people are forced to become a lot more passive because they don't have the health to lose. What most people don't realize is making playing off of damage so comfortable is simply the fact that people are not able to fight you as hard. Because if they try to, the odds are they're going to get fought even harder. What typically ends up happening is once we start getting these damage advantages over people, people look away a lot more. And because they're doing that, it makes it easier to become more aggressive. And by being more aggressive, there's a bigger threat. So they have to play even more passive. And because they're playing even more passive, you start playing even more aggressive. So what we need to do with you is we don't need to get the cause. We need to find ways to get the result. What you are doing is you're getting the cause, right? What's creating the advantage off of damage. The issue with this is, like how we talked about before, right? When we're peeking people, that person could stand in the open for a long time. They could stand in the open for a very quick time. They could be unpredictable with their peaks. They could be moving in ways that we're not really ready for. And because of that, it is inconsistent, are you going to get an advantage to move yourself up more? Right? This is why you're pre-firing. This is why you're shooting your gun to begin with. This is why you're not waiting to see me. You're shooting where I am. You're not shooting me. You're shooting where I'm playing. If you hit those shots right away, well then awesome, you can move off of that. So the way that we want to kind of think about this, we don't need a cause, we just need the result. And there's a lot of different ways to get results. You can get results like how you're doing it, what I would consider a rule. The rule is you have to do something. If you don't follow the rule, there's a punishment. If you're getting shot, you have to become passive. Because if you don't, you're going to keep getting shot, you're going to get knocked. All right? It's like the same idea with, you throw a grenade on someone. They have to move away from it, otherwise they're going to get like destroyed from it. Right? And you get to play off of that guaranteed. The other thing is, instead of playing off of a rule, you're playing off of suggestions. This is what you're not doing. So follow me down to the pit here. How did I get a dead slide? What the heck? So, a suggestion is very similar to a rule, except you don't actually have to like connect anything with that person. Think of it like this, all right? If I'm playing cover right now, and you start pre-firing me, go ahead, go pre-fire me. There's nothing keeping me right now. Keep pre-firing me, just keep shooting. There's nothing keeping me right now from, at any given moment, just stepping out and fighting you back, right? But the takeaway from this is one of two things is going to happen as you start just holding that angle and you start suggesting to that person, hey, don't look at me. If you look at me right now, you're going to step into where I'm shooting. You're going to take damage from it, right? You're suggesting that person not to fight you. One of two things is going to happen, granted you have somewhat decent aim. One is that person will fight you as you're pre-firing. They're going to walk into your shots. They're going to take damage and they have to look away. You get to walk up for free. The second thing is, as you start pre-firing, well, that person doesn't want to look at you. I don't want to get fought, which means I'm playing passive. It's the exact same result as if you hit me. You're playing off of someone not trying to fight you in that moment, which means for that split moment, I'm holding you. Oh, my bad. I'm holding you. I'm holding you. I'm not letting you look. I'm not letting you look. I'm going to use that to take a step forward. Now I'm a little bit closer. Okay. Now I'm just one move away. Now you're playing your corner. All right, I'm going to hold you really hard. I'm not going to let you look at me. Swing up, lock you into that fight. What you need to do is you need to play more off of results, not off of that one specific cause. Because, again, you can't control if you actually land those shots. You can't control if while you're peeking someone, if they step in the open, one, long enough for you to hit them, and two, you can't control if you hit them because they might be doing some crazy shit on you. So instead, play off of keeping them passive, right? I know where you're playing. I'm going to hold you. I'm not going to let you look. I'm going to move up on you. I'm going to throw a grenade on where you're playing. It's going to make you take a step back and avoid that spot and walk up on you. Throw a Maggie drill on you, right? I'll throw a smoke on you. You can't see me. You're passive. I get to walk up. Throw a Gibby ult on you. Well, you don't want to get hit. You're going to go inside your building. You can't peek the windows. I'm going to walk up. What can I do to make my opponent passive so I can consistently close space so that I'm not peeking? When's he going to step in the open? When's he going to step in the open? I'm going to close space. And now that you're close, you don't have to wait. You can just make that play. All right? So what I want to see, as you're holding that angle on me, don't only play off of damage. If you get damage, guaranteed walk up. But instead, keep me from sticking out and follow through with that movement.
Okay. So basically, instead of reacting on damage, I want to react on getting you to play passive.
Yes. And then we'll add something to this to make that click even more.
Got it. Perfect.
Head over here. I'm tired of this place.
You hear where I'm playing? Nice. You know this is where I'm playing. Get back to hold me. Keep me from looking. Follow through with your movement. We'll fix... Yeah, I saw that. That's that. We'll fix the slides and how you move in a bit.
Okay.
Making contact with enemy.
Okay.
What up, Lex? I love you so much, babe. I just started posting videos on YouTube and need some tips. I can probably help you out once we finish this cooking session. Alright. Aim is always something that we can fix with just muscle memory practicing. Can't really fix game sense, so this is what we're going to keep focusing on. You hear where I'm playing, you hear my movement over here. Find that spot you can start holding me from. Good stuff. Good move. Nice. Alright, you're one move away. Hold and follow through. Okay. So, that follow through is really what's killing you. Let's fix that. Super, super simple. When you are shooting, like I was saying before, you do everything in the same motion. When you are peeking, you go from cover, step 1, step 2, peeking, step 3, moving. When you move, though, it's in that same step as shooting. So what happens is this. Your opponent sees you in the open. So what does your opponent want to do if he sees you exposed?
Shoot me.
He wants to shoot you. Oh, he's in the open. I can shoot. I can engage with him. All right. Again, remember, people who have health are willing to take damage. It's easy to heal. It's easy to move. Right? It's easy to recover. So people will be willing to take damage, hoping that they get the health advantage over you. As you are shooting, and then you transition to moving, you're still in the open. So your opponent goes, oh, he's still exposed. I can keep shooting. Right? Or they see you holster your gun and start moving at that person. So they keep shooting. You need to make sure that you help your opponent realize that he doesn't need to shoot you anymore. Because either you hit him and you have to help him recognize, oh shit, I got shit on, I should probably look away. Or, oh, I don't see him anymore, maybe this is the time to reload and take a second. So when you are peeking, you're holding someone. It's always easier to act, follow through and do something, than it is to react to what is changing in front of you. So, you need to help him react. As I peek, and I'm holding him, when I holster my gun, I'm going to make sure I holster behind cover. Now that he goes, oh, he's looking away from me, oh, I did get hit, I should look away too, I should start healing, or, oh, he's not there, I should stop shooting. When you go to move, he'll either be looking away, or now he's going to react to you just magically popping out into the open. So, basically, peek, cover, just give him a second to kind of, figure out what the fuck he needs to do, and move off of that. If you move while he's looking, you're just going to keep getting shot. The second thing is, you keep moving, into the open, and then sliding. And the issue with this is that it's taking you a long time to set yourself up for the mechanic that's going to launch you at that person. So, whether you're doing something like simply hitting a slide at someone, or maybe a little bit more advanced, hitting a wall jump at someone, you want to hit that as soon as possible. And you walking into the open is taking a couple seconds, slowing you down. So, super easy way to fix this. I know there's a rock in front of you. You're going to slide either on an angle. So let's just say I'm going to use this. If I slide forward, well, I'm getting stuck. My person's right here. So I'm going to slide on an angle around that object. And with you being on mouse and keyboard, right, so you're going to go WD or WA. You're going to sprint on a 45-degree angle into the open. And you're going to air strafe back over to the cover by basically holding A or holding D, whatever direction. So I'm going to slide out, and I'm going to air strafe back into where I'm trying to go. So from where you are behind the cover, you can slide outwards and then land back in the trajectory that you wanted to go. Now, that's a super simple way. If you want, do you know how to tap strafe?
I have it set up. My mouse is very inconsistent right now, so I'm getting a new one. It's a little messed up.
Okay. As you get, when you switch out your mouse, if that helps you tap strafe more, right, then you can tap strafe back into where you're going as well, right? The key here is slide from behind the cover on that angle and then back into where you're going. Okay?
Yep.
All right. So let's have you try that. Focus on holding that person, right? Don't let me stick out. Don't let me stick out. And then from the cover, move forward off of it.
Contact with hostile.
Hold that person. Don't let them stick out. Don't let them look at you. Keep that pressure on them.
Taking shots.
Alright, you know this is the corner I'm playing. Shoot as you come out. Hold that angle on me. Ah, you did it again. Move away from you. Because you're a little too slow, I'm going to use that as a chance to get away from you. Alright, here I'm playing. Find that angle. Hold that. Huge.
I'm taking shots.
Oh, you did it again. Use that as a chance to get away from you.
Stepping back.
Nice, there you go. Perfect. That time when you moved, you're already in the slide. Huge, don't let me look. Follow through. Oh, move sideways. Gotta start all over again.
Got it. Alright, work on sliding mechanics. That's gonna be a big one.
Hostile close.
Yep.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Follow through. Nice. Dead slide I saw, but you still moved right away, which is nice. Nice, good move.
Spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Good move. Oh, I get shots. Here's another thing that you're doing. As you're peeking, you tend to have very soft peaks, or what I would kind of call like peppering kind of peaks. As you peek, you're doing a lot of little peaks back to back. So let's do this. Who would you think would be a harder person to fight against? Option number 1. Get back to full health. Or option number 2.
Number 2.
Down an enemy.
Well, they both shot the same amount. Why would you think number 2?
The more suppressive fire, since you're letting out more ammo out of your mag, it kind of pushes me into that mindset of I need to stay behind cover longer.
Yeah, 1, exactly. You have to look away a little bit longer for that duration that I'm shooting. 2, every time I peek, I'm peeking and shooting more. So there's more potential damage that's being pushed out per peek. You are shooting so little that even if you do connect shots, you're not going to connect that much. On top of that, if you're not on target, by the time you bring your aim over to where that person is, you've already stepped back into cover. So you just can't do what you want to do. You can't hold that person. You don't have the time to line up your shot. You're not shooting enough potential damage. There's no positives to this. So try to shoot just a little bit harder when you do peek. The only exception to this would be like as you're peeking, you are doing small peeks to tell your opponent, hey, I am peeking you. I am exposed. You should fight me. And because you're telling them to fight you, but you're really using this as a method to get them to miss as you step back into cover, he's missing. When you go to step back out, you wouldn't have been shooting, he would have. You can shoot more of your magazine than he can because he doesn't have that magazine left. So what that would basically be like is, hey, you should look at me. You should look at me right now. He's shooting, now you can lay in on that person.
Okay.
All right? If you're just shooting really light to shoot very light, all you're going to do is do nothing. Okay?
Okay.
Making contact with enemy.
Sure thing.
Follow through. Oh.
I downed.
Okay. So that sliding mechanic is really what's holding you back. We want to make sure that we're sliding really away.
Contact.
We're gonna fix something with that here in a second. 'Cause your slides are just a little late a lot of the time.
I'm taking shots.
And that's the reason. Okay. So,
Enemy down.
when we go to move, we want to do it with intention. We don't want to do it, or rather, we want to be proactive with our movements. We don't want to be reactive with our movements. Obviously, you don't always know what's going to happen, so it's hard to play off of what you think should be going on. You don't know if you're going to connect shots. You don't really know what's going to happen. I just said a whole bunch of shit that's going to confuse you. Pretend I didn't say anything. When we're fighting, let's think of it like this. You and me, we're walking down the street at night. You see me walking towards you. It's really dark. It's just you and me. You see me reach into my pocket and you see me pull out a knife. What are you going to do? This is IRL. You don't have anything on you. No weapons, no anything. You can't defend yourself. What are you going to do?
Turn around and start running.
But what if I just want to come and say hi? Maybe I'm just about to start carving an apple. You're not gonna wait to see what I do with my knife?
No, I'm not risking that.
Okay, it's the same mindset that you need to have when you're fighting. I know that as soon as I pull out my knife, in this case, as soon as I start holding you, start connecting shots, that you're gonna look away. So, or in this case, you're gonna run away. So if I don't pull out my knife and start sprinting at you, well, you're going to do what you want to do. Get away. Look away, not take any damage, do whatever. That's what's happening with your pushes. You're pulling out the knife and you're seeing what happens. You need to have intention with what you're doing. So if I'm holding you and I'm pre-firing and I'm keeping pressure on this spot, I'm not shooting to see what you do. Oh, he did look away? Okay, I'm going to move. Because that's causing me to move really late. Instead, you want it to be with intention. I'm going to pre-fire knowing that there's really only two results that's going to happen. One is I'm going to pre-fire, I'm going to connect shots. Two is I'm going to pre-fire, and it's going to stay looking away. And I'm going to move off of that regardless. So, as I'm shooting to move. I'm not shooting to see what happens. So, if you see that I'm engaged, peek, then cover, then move. If you're seeing that I'm not engaged, like you're just holding me, you're not letting me peek, right? Just move.
Okay.
Okay? You're just taking too long for that movement because you're trying to see what's happening. But you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, there's only one or two things. Got it.
Sure thing.
Oh, fuck. There we go. There you go. There you go. You're already on me. I gotta get away from you because you're gonna commit me to a fight that I don't want to play in. You guys start all over. You hear where I'm playing, right? Find that new angle that you can peek from. There you go. Already on me. Nice.
I've been down.
I found that way harder to fight against you.
Yeah, that makes so much more sense. Instead of playing that passiveness and like trying to react to what's going on, knowing he's either gonna get beamed by me or he's gonna stay behind cover.
Aiming difference, but you played that perfect. Yeah. So what's going to help you progress with this game sense, with this mindset, is that every action should have an appropriate reaction. If I pull out a knife in front of you, the appropriate reaction is going to be, get the fuck away from this guy. What is he doing? Yep. Same thing here. If I throw a nade on you, there has to be an appropriate reaction. Because if there's not, something really bad is going to happen. If I throw a gas trap on that door, that person can only play certain ways, right? So I know that what he's able to do is now limited, and I can play, depending on the situation, more proactively aggressive or proactively defensive against that. If I'm pre-firing, there's only so many things that can happen. There's only so many appropriate reactions. Once you start practicing that, you'll start learning what is and isn't possible. With intention, start playing off of that. Not when you see that you can, but when you know that you can, right? So this is going to be really the hardest part for you, I think, is one, figuring out all of the different possible solutions, and then two, just playing off of it instead of waiting to see if you can. Okay? Sorry. So let's try that again. Let's do a couple more here. Gang, I'm not really reading chat right now. I'm doing my best to kind of focus on this coaching session that someone paid for. But once we go hop in some games, or we're done this part of the coaching session, then we'll move on. We'll answer some questions in the chat. When you swing up in front of me, if you die, that's not a testament to how you're playing. It's really just a testament to your aim. So we'll figure out some things that we can do to help fix this here in a minute.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
This time I'm down. Contact with target.
Alright, chat, I'm going to switch up on him real quick. We're going to add one more skill to this.
Getting shot at.
Oh, bad aim. Bad aim. Okay. Do one more really quick.
Yeah, you don't see that movement in flat.
With enemy.
No, definitely not.
Enemy down.
Alright. So, the next step to how you're fighting is going to be how you play off of the swing. We've been working this whole time on getting ourselves into situations. Now we need to work on what happens after we actually get there. Really quick, recap some lore. What are we doing? Why are we doing it? When we start our fights, we're always peeking. And when we're peeking, it's really hard to get that damage. Which is why we close space. The more space you close, the easier it is to swing and force that fight. So, as I force the fight, I'm forcing it so that I don't have to wait to see if that person is in the open. I can force him to be stuck in the open with me, and I can deal damage as long as I want, right? Or to the extent that my aim is. Now that I'm here, whatever I do to someone, they can do back to me. If I choose to peek out and shoot my whole magazine at someone, well, I'm in the open long enough for them to shoot their whole magazine. What the fuck am I doing, bro? My brain. When I swing someone, I've swung to put them in the open, but I've also put myself in the open. So with this in mind, you only have an advantage as you make the next play. That can be making a circle strafe on someone. That's a play, as simple as it is, right? If I slide out and slide back in, that's another play. That gave me a new advantage. I do a new play, that's a new advantage. As we swing in, we need to figure out how am I going to play off of this swing. Now, this can be reactionary, meaning, oh, I'm getting damage, I'm going to commit to this. Or it can be proactively done, meaning, okay, I know that when I swing, I'm going to be in the open, so I'm going to force damage, and then I'm going to make a play regardless of what happens, so that I can keep whatever I did, right? As we start playing, we need to manage our health. You keep swinging in front of me, and you take this fight with me until someone dies. It's going to come down to who has the main advantage over health, the better gun, attachments, better aim, the better movement, who can come up with the better play in that instance. So if we start leaving it up to that, it's a lot of things that we can't really control. Instead, let's try to control keeping the advantage that we've created. When I swing in, the easiest way to control an advantage is to control your health. So as I swing in, I'm either going to commit by using movement as basic or as advanced as you want, whatever your skill is, or I'm going to remove myself from the situation that I forced. Now, no one's forced to do anything. Everyone is safe. I'm leaving you to be, I'm leaving myself to be. And from here, I can be the first to make that next move. So, in hindsight, what we want is we want to work our way in, be the first to make a play, be the first, be the first to keep up our health, be the first to make the next play, be the first to take a step back, remove ourselves from that fight, be the first to keep up your health, be the first to make the next play and force that situation. So as you start swinging in, you need to decide, am I winning? Do I want to commit to this? I do. Stay in this gunfight. Or You know what? I hit 50 damage. Let me just take a step back really quick. He can't touch me. Work your way back into that fight. And again, you can use basic movement, jump slides, holster on holster slides, or you can use advanced movement like sideways super glides. Like whatever it is that you want to do, it doesn't matter. Just do something. So let's do a couple more 1v1s because we're getting really close to the end of our session. And as we're fighting, what I want to see is I want to see you swing in, make your play, force your damage, but then manage the advantage that you tried to create for yourself. Because if you stop being proactive and now you're just standing in front of me shooting, when I do the next thing, and it can be leave or it can be push or it can be keep my health up by moving around, you're just going to be like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I'm so lost. Okay? All right.
Making contact with enemy.
Proactively shooting. Huge. Nice, get back off. I was actually about to swing you because I thought you were reloading. It's awesome that you proactively backed off. Now you can start all over again. Okay. Good follow through. Nice, I was about to swing you, so it's awesome that you backed off. Back to resetting. Who's going to be the first to hold? Who's going to be the first to follow through? Good hold, good follow through. Awesome. I'm holding you. Good hold on me. Good follow through. Leave, come back.
I downed an enemy.
Way better.
Contact with enemy.
So now what you're going to start recognizing, before our fights were ending really quick, because we were committing those situations. Now the fights are lasting longer. Right? Because you're managing that situation more. Are you comfortable right now? If so, you can commit. If not, you're missing a lot right now. Nice, good reset. What if I follow through on you? Are you comfortable right now? Oh.
Enemy down.
So now, the next step is playing off of that give and that take. Who is actually shooting? Who's actually putting in the pressure? Who's actually doing shit? When you're finding that you're putting in that pressure, awesome, we're following through. You needed to take a break. Maybe you were missing your shots. Good stuff. You took a step back. You created some space. But now that you've backed off, am I currently being passive or aggressive towards you? Or, my bad, I'm pretending to be you right now. Now that I've backed off, am I being passive or aggressive? By creating space. All right? By creating space, I'm now becoming passive. I'm moving away. I'm not actually trying to fight you. Right? I'm disengaging, which means that there's this pause during the gunfight. Whoever takes that next pause as a chance to take, or whoever takes the initiative during that pause to make the next play is typically who's going to have the next portion of control over the fight. So as we look at a gunfight, don't just look at it as a fight. Look at it in portions, in chunks, in chapters. Chapter 1, you were putting pressure on me, so you pushed up. Chapter 2, right? Or rather, then I moved away. Now we're in Chapter 2. That's that pause. Chapter 2, I put pressure on you. Now I'm moving up. Well, now you need to take a step back. So as we're fighting, if I'm moving away from you, and now I have to become passive, is one move really enough? Maybe I have to take another step back. And now I have that extra room to work with. I need to take another step back again. And now I can start working my way up. Oh, you're putting pressure on me? Taking that step back. You need to get a little bit more fluid, and obviously it's just going to come with practicing a specific technique, this. You need to get more fluid at reading the room, who's putting pressure, who's not, and moving before it's an issue. If you wait to move until I'm pushing you, Well, I've already started that push. You're moving after you've seen me do something. So instead, fuck, I'm losing this fight. I need to take a step back. Oh, I can't shoot after reload. I'm going to take another step back to make sure that I can get this reload off. And then you can work your way back in. You're taking a small step and then doing nothing. Right there, if you weren't to shoot me at this range, you're stuck. But imagine if you were back here, or like one more pillar back. I could still push that in one move. I don't think that's really hard, right? But now I just have to work for that a little bit harder. So if you can't be aggressive in a very close range fight, take a buffer back. Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's do a little more of a 1v1 and then we'll move on. You hear what I'm playing? Nice. What if I start stepping up on you? I'm holding you really hard, right? You can't really be aggressive. I'm going to follow through off that. Good step back. Now I have to pause. Huge. Well, I don't want to get swung. I'm going to move away from you. Now you hear what I'm playing? This is the new pause. Who's going to put pressure first? Nice. Good damage. I have to look away. You're moving up. Who's going to put pressure first? I have to maybe reload. You weren't comfortable? Awesome. Who's going to put pressure first? Nice. Nice.
Well, yeah, it's a lot of back and forth. I'm kind of seeing that now. It's always an advantage game, whether am I the one getting pushed, am I doing the pushing?
Yeah. Now, in a team fight, this doesn't happen as much, right? Because your teammates are holding those angles for you. Your teammates are shooting at people who are sticking their neck out. So in a team fight, you'll notice that there's not as much steps forwards and backwards. But there is an individual move backwards. Basically what I'm saying is, if I get my neck broke, I'm not, like, my whole team isn't going to move back. My team is still going to be very active from where they are. They can shoot from where they are. They're going to shoot from where they are. But you will take that step back, because if that team does push, you don't have to make a last decision move back. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So always be proactive with what you're doing. Take those options away from people before they can use it against you. It doesn't mean that it will happen. You might move back for no reason because they didn't push. But when you start becoming more proactive, doing things before they actually have to be done, what you'll notice is that you do not get shit on as often. Because you just did it without having to think about it.
Yep.
All right. We are a little over our session time. Do you have any questions before we wrap up today?
No. Thanks for the insight. I'll definitely be back for another session.
Thank you. You're more than welcome, homie. All right. So you have me on Discord. I recorded our session. I'm going to end the recording. I'll upload it to YouTube on an unlisted link. You can go back and rewatch it whenever. If you have me on Discord, like I said, so if you ever have any questions, don't feel like you can't shoot me a message or send me a clip and ask for some insight, okay?
Perfect. I appreciate it so much once again.
You're more than welcome. All right. We'll chat soon, okay?
Yeah, for sure. You have a good one, man.
You too. Later, man.
Deuces.
All right, there we go, gang. Insightful tips instead of nonsensical nonsense. Go hop back into some trios. I love you so much, Lex. I love you, baby. All right, gang, we are no longer coaching. Please feel free to ask some questions. What's going on? How we doing? What do we want to learn? Ask away. I'm here to be your informational slave. Vance says, District, what is the best way to find a team? Because I went on Apex Discords and I can't find a full team. Like if possible, a perm team. Got you. What you're already doing is what you're going to keep doing. I would like to reference the dating life. When I first started dating in high school, actually before high school, I started kissing on girls when I was like fucking 5 years old, bro. Not even kidding. That's actual, straight factual. But since that 5 to 19 age range, I was dating girl after girl after girl, hooking up with one after the other. All right, making my way downtown, walking fast. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, none of those girls were the right one for me, because I moved on to the next one really fucking quick. But then, if you're reading chat, which you are, right? Lady District popped into my life, and she became my permanent teammate. It's the same thing for you. You're gonna run through teammates like a chick on spring break, bro. Like, you are gonna be running through that BBC. But you will eventually find your perfect one that is just right for you, right? So keep going, keep LFGing. You will find someone that you either click really well with, and you just shoot the shit and you have fun with that. You have fun with them, or you'll click with someone who is really fucking annoying, but you guys can play really good together. And then from there, you can just grow. All right. When I started LFGing, when I was on console, like, dude, I went through friend group after friend group after friend group until I actually found some guys that I just really fucked with, and then I got good with them. All right, and then the rest is history. Same thing here, bro. You just gotta find your perfect one. Best beginner aim tips training for controller. Beginner aim tips for Beginner aim tips for controller. I wouldn't be able to say it because it's more of something that I would actually have to like sit down and try to explain with visuals. Yeah, I'm revive. But if you give me a minute after this match, I might be able to hop in the range and show you some stuff. I'm gonna let him grab all that loot. I barely did anything.
Thank you.
Oh, bro, I feel you, bro. There's so many tryhards in this game. Like, get a life. So, right there, I tried to fatigue myself so that I could... Oh, hold on, let me try that again. I don't know if you saw that. I tried to fatigue myself so that I could hit a wall jump at him right there. So that way his gas wouldn't slow me and I would be stuck in a walk. But it just did not really work out. Do you have a health drone by chance, Duck? Thank you. No sights is crazy. Huh, never mind. I take that back. Thank you, Apex Gods. Alright. Did I just hear an Octane? Squad says, I definitely need coaching on positioning and when to push a team. My aim is inconsistent and need help with all that as well. 100%, dude. If you ever want, just, you know, book a coaching session with me. I think my link is either in my description all over on Twitch, or you can just type !coaching in the chat and a link should pop up. Worst case scenario, go to thedistrict.pro. Not .com, not .ca, not .gov, .pro. Because that's what you're about to be after a coaching session. I just started my YouTube channel. After this game, can you give me some tips? I've been posting content a lot consistently as well. Yeah, I can try to give you some tips. It's not going to be anything crazy, though. Obviously, I'm not some insanely popular content god. So I definitely would not look to me for the absolute best advice. Otherwise, I would have 1 million subscribers, right? How can I get better at working as a team with my trio? This is one that I actually get asked a lot, and this is a really good answer to that question. I answered it the other day on stream. Not on stream. I answered the other day from stream and posted it as a clip on TikTok and on YouTube today or the day before. How to play better as a trio, how to get better chemistry. Play as if you are them and they are you. What a lot of people do is they see their teammates do something, and hold on, I'm gonna wipe this team and then we'll talk about it. Where are they playing though? Oh, I fell. Fuck. Caustic gas, what? The fuck? He's dead. Hold this for them. I can't push from this side. I'm fucked. I'm cooked. That slides again? They're gonna take that probably.
Need to recharge my shield.
I couldn't really do it. I should have ran realistically, but I'm not about to play rotate legends. The question I was answering. So when you are playing and you're trying to build better chemistry with your team, number one thing that you can start doing is just communicate everything that you're doing, right? Hey, I'm holding this guy off on the left side. I'm pressuring the vantage. Hey, the vantage is rotating this way. Hey, I got broke. I can't peek. I have to heal. I got broke. I'm taking a step back. I got 50 damage on this guy. I want to swing up. Communicating everything that you do probably seems super obvious. It is one of the most underused things that you can do for being the most obvious thing. Most people do not talk about every little thing. So your teammates don't know those little important things that are happening. They don't know that they can't push because you just got shit on, right? They don't know how much damage you did. They don't know that, oh, I shit on them is actually only 50 damage. Right? So you have to be really clear with the things that you're doing and the things that you want to do. The second thing is not as obvious. You need to treat what your teammates are doing as what you have done. Let's just say my teammate's caustic and he throws a caustic ult on a door and this team can't shoot off of the door. Imagine if you threw that caustic ult. Are you just going to wait to see what they do? No, you're probably going to play off of that ult and you're going to walk up off of it. So think to yourself, when your teammate calls out, hey, I got ult, I'm tossing it on the door. Hey, I'm Gibraltar ulting them. Hey, I'm bubbling the door. How would you play if you were the Gibraltar who did that? Right? Another way to play is be a selfish, individual player that is team-oriented. What does this mean? Be your legend and make your legend-type plays. If I'm playing Wraith, which obviously I am, you can see my sexy skin right here. As I'm taking fights, I'm thinking to myself, what can I do as a Wraith player? I can portal into this fight, get an angle, I can force damage, right? I can do plays that I myself can play off of, and thus my teammates can play off of. So you need to be constantly being selfish and doing your own thing to help your team. And you need to be consistently being a team-oriented player and playing off of what your teammates are doing, whether it's a simple call-out or whether it's a very significant action. Yo, Bayleaf says you helped me. I love Bayleaf. That's awesome. You helped me so much for this game and helped me just get my first 4K. Let's go, bro. That's awesome, man. I'm proud of you, homie. 4Ks are not easy to obtain, especially in duos and trios. Yeah, let's not talk about that. Yeah, I did a whopping 26 damage right there.
Heads up. Kill leader. We need to regroup.
Okay. Are there any tricks to know where the circle might close next without scanning? Yeah, so it typically pulls to the tighter sides of zone. And this is not like 100%, but it just does this more often than it doesn't. By tight, what I mean is there's more open space over here, so it's probably going to pull more over here. Now, again, that's not guaranteed. It could pull over here, and then the zone is energy bank, right? But then it might want to pull more closer to this backside, because this would now be the new tight side. So as the zone gets a little bit smaller, I'll show you again, and I'll show you again what I mean. Also, how do you wall jump to get extra distance? I can never seem to hit it. You want to hold a sideways input when you mantle the wall. So as I mantle, I'm going to hold sideways. And it's going to give me that wall climb. Alright, you notice how I'm moving sideways like that? So as I come here, I come in off of this angle. Oh, I got no momentum off that. I'll do it from right over here. Hold that. And then I'll give you a little bit of a bigger boost. Do it right here. Oops. Hold it. Oh, it was an awkward mantle because it was like uneven surface, but you get the idea.
Frag out.
Alright. Dude, why can I not? The fuck? Low key? Totally lost track of what the fuck was happening right there. District, do you have any good way to explain how to do a super glide? I can only hit them every once in a while. Super glides are hard. They're more timing based than they are mechanically based. So I would just say keep practicing low key. There's a lot of guides on YouTube that are really more in-depth and explanatory than I could probably do by just like wording it. But yeah. Joy, I'm actually not full. What do you know what course you're looking for? I've kind of finished majority of like the coaching sessions that are booked up. If I look at my calendar, I think there's only like a handful left. I mean, I only have like a couple coaching sessions that I have to do left. Should I prioritize shield cells or batteries? It depends. It depends on what amp you have. It depends on your play style. And it also depends on your mechanical skills, your game sense skills, your backpack. Ideally, batteries... It's easier to pop one battery than it is to pop 2 cells. And it's definitely easier to pop a battery than it is to pop anything over 2 cells. Alright? It's way faster. Also, it depends on the situation that you're in. Some situations you don't actually have time for bat, but getting an extra 25 HP is definitely worth it. So, to answer your question, there is no good answer. If you're talking about what should you be holding more, you should be holding a stack or 2 of batteries. and then a stack, maybe 2 of shield cells, depending on if you're playing ranked or pubs or just like how you like your playstyle in general. But yeah, I wish there was a very specific answer for that, because without a very specific question, I just, it's like a million different possibilities. District, what if there are 2 people trying to attack me like this? It happens a lot. I focus on one of them, but the other attacks. Then I focus on the other, I get distracted. When there's 2 people pushing you, you have to do 2 times the damage, and they only have to do, and each player only has to do half of the original damage that they needed. Right? So think of it like you have 100 HP, they both have 100 HP. You would have to hit 200 damage, right? Twice the amount of work. Each one of those guys would only have to hit 50 damage. That's not hard at all. So what you need to do is you need to try to make the situation as fair as possible. As you're getting pushed, by peeking one player, realistically, they should start to slow down. They should back off. They should try to pop a shield cell or a battery. And that is a chance for you to take a step back. You taking that step back after slowing one of those players down means that while one of them heals and stays where he is, the other is running at you and separating himself even more. Then that gives you a chance to take a free 1v1 with the full HP player. All right? Or you can keep poking and backing off, poking, backing off, poking, backing off, and create more and more and more space. But the idea is to separate them slightly and take your 1v1s. Wish you could book a session, but your parents won't let you. It's all good, man. Believe me, I get it. It can definitely be hard to convince parents to spend money on a video game. But yeah, creating space is the #1 factor in 1v1s, and that doesn't even mean like dude, what is up with this queue? 15 players, man. I'll just switch over to wild cards, low key. Creating space is definitely the most important thing. Do I disclose finances live or private? Do you mean my finances? I probably wouldn't talk to anyone really about that because it's really none of their business, low key. Any tips to hide your hitbox better? I love playing Path, but I feel like a fridge. #1, peek as often as you can from your right side rather than your left. When you peek on your right side, just a little less of your hitbox is exposed. Try to play more at eye level. You know what? Low key, I'm about to hop into a coaching session. I might just skip this and just go into the range and just wait. For coaching, I mean, yeah, you can ask me any question about coaching and prices. I'm more than willing to discuss that. I mean, it's public. People can just go on the website. But for like playing someone who's tall, you either want to be poking more off on your right side so that less of your body's exposed. So for example, when I peek off on my right side, less of my body's exposed. Like as I'm like, hold on, I'll do it with a gun. Less of my body's exposed when I'm peeking because the gun's on my right side. So I can actually shoot. But if I take a step, now I'm shooting the wall. So more of your body or less of your body's exposed when you peek on the right side. When you peek on the left, you have to expose more of your body to get that gun out into the open. So peek as much as you can from the right. The other thing would be if you're trying to minimize your hitbox as much as possible, try to play more off of head glitches. So on a vertical head glitch, my bad, on a upward head glitch, meaning that you are looking up like this, right? Let's just say this person right here is or that target is my person that I'm trying to fight, right? You want to set yourself up so that in one motion, a crouch or a step forward or backwards is going to put you in and out of that head glitch. If you're playing all the way back here, you're not really head glitching this thing. You're just stuck in the open. Same thing with a vertical, or not a vertical, again, a downward peak like this. You're going to play as far back as you can so that with one crouch, you're safe. So now, as you poke out, you're either poking out over here on the right, poke out on the left, poke straight up, out on an angle. And again, just minimize the line of sight so that only they can see your head. If you can see them, then that's all that matters, right? So peek out just enough to only be able to see where they're playing. I want to know what hold me back, but you only have free space on the 22nd. What? Tripping, bro. You are tripping. Let's do like a 1 hour, just a regular 1 hour session. 22nd, the 29th. So with my regular coaching, I only coach on Mondays. So any session that you see on a Monday is like one of my cheaper sessions, because this is like the only day that like I officially am coaching. This is like my coaching dedicated day. The dedicated day that I coach. All of these other days, these are all recording days, streaming days, personal days. So you'll only ever see sessions on Mondays unless it's booked, right? You can still book these other days, my days off, that I use to do other things to run my business, like making YouTube videos, guides, TikToks, streaming. I'm, working out and taking care of myself. You can do that by booking the express sessions. So the express sessions... Oh, what? Oh, I think I used the wrong link for that one. Maybe that's why that one doesn't work. This day, my express session, you can see I have the whole week available. There's different times throughout the week that you can book me, right? So if you can't get a Monday session, you can still book an express session. And then you can at least get me on days that I'm, would be like my day off. Oh, okay, I don't know if the guy who was watching earlier is still in the chat. He was asking about how to hit more consistent super glides. Now that I'm in the range, we can actually talk about that. There's two parts to a super glide. There is the climb up, and then there is the pause before you start to move forward again. Now, keep in mind, in a super glide, you're holding forward the entire time, right? Like, you don't let go of forward. You hold forward the whole time. So when we're super gliding, there's two parts: the climb up, pause, and then the move forward. What we're trying to do is, you don't even need to worry about climbing up. This doesn't even matter. The climb up is going to be different on every single ledge. That ledge is going to be different. That ledge is going to be different. This is going to be different. That box is going to be different. This guy's ass is going to be different. The only thing you need to worry about is the pause before you start moving forward. What you're trying to do is you're trying to hit crouch jump. This is still even tough for me. You're trying to hit crouch jump just before you start moving forward. Don't worry about moving up. What you'll notice on your screen, a visual cue, and you should... I'll cover this really quickly. The visual cue is your screen is almost shaking, right? It almost like kind of moving up and down a little bit as you pull your body over the ledge. What you're trying to do is you're trying to hit crouch jump just before that shaking ends, right? So the climb up, there is no visual shake on your screen. I'll use this wall here as an example. As you climb, your screen does not shake. But as you pull yourself over the ledge, your screen does shake. So what you're trying to do is crouch jump as at the very end of your screen shaking, not after, at the end of it. Here is how you're going to refine working towards hitting perfect timing every time. You are not going to wait to see the screen stop shaking, because it's too late at that point. What you're going to do is, at first, you're going to watch for the screen shake, and you're going to super glide. You're going to input your super glide when you see the screen stop shaking. I know it's wrong, but bear with me. You're going to practice super jumping after the screen finishes. Super jump after the screen finishes. Super jump after the screen finishes. Now you have an idea of when the screen finishes shaking. Now what you start doing is refining that. Super jump just before the screen finishes. Super jump just before the screen finishes. Super jump just before the screen finishes. And you're going to find that timing a lot easier. If you need a really gross, stupid metaphor, think of pulling out. You're not going to pull out after you start doing your thing. You're going to pull out before that happens, because you're not trying to have a little Pathfinder running around your firing range, right? So start practicing your super glides when you see that it should be getting done. And then you can start practicing your super glide when you know it's supposed to be done. That is how I taught myself. And that is how I teach all the people that do movement coaching sessions with me. Also, I'm going to message the guy that I have a coaching session with right now. Oh, fuck. That's his... Stop. There we go. Why is it? Select message. It takes a lot of hours in practice in the range to get it right. Most of the time, it took me 350 hours in the range to get my super glides perfect. Most of the time, practice until your brain is numb. Some good advice, some bad advice. I would not practice until it's numb, because you're going to drive yourself insane. I would definitely practice before, stop before it gets numb. Work on it for 5-10 minutes, move on. Do something else. Work on it 5-10 minutes, move on. If you just do the same shit over and over and over and over and over again, you might figure it out. But odds are, you're just going to get burned out, and you're going to try something wrong. And you're going to be trying something wrong over and over and over again. So I would definitely say take breaks, and you'll get consistent with your super glides. Discord. All right, gang, we got another 1 hour coaching session with us. So I'm going to add my guy, copy, Discord. Add friend. Whoops, add friend. Fuck. Copy username. Paste. All right. I didn't ask the question, but that was a W explanation. Perfect. I'm happy I'm able to help. Can you talk about how to tap strafe? I'm having problems with just air strafing and not tap strafing. It's a little in depth. There's a lot to cover. I probably can't talk about it right now because I'm about to hop into a coaching session. but if you stick around till after the session, I might be able to cover it if you remind me. Or, you know, I'll do my best to make a whole YouTube guide on it. But it is one of those things that there's just a lot that goes into tab strafing that it can be hard to talk about everything to make it click. What package would you recommend for a player who mains COD, struggle with pretty much every aspect of the game, and mostly Misky, he said, I think he meant mostly, when panicking, which is pretty often. Are Mondays the only available slot? No. So I was showing it earlier. The District.pro. Mondays are the only days that are my dedicated coaching day where, you know, this is where you're going to be able to book me at, 1, my cheapest, and 2, the most availability is going to be on this day. So Mondays, you'll see... Oh, that's the wrong session. Did I think I fucked all of my hours up. I did. Okay. Okay, I definitely messed that up. So Mondays are going to be my dedicated coaching days. So you'll be able to book me on these days, like pretty much guaranteed. My other days, and don't click on this right now because it's all messed up. I don't know how it got messed up, but it is. My express sessions, which you can find easily by clicking on the express section on my website, will get you to book me on days that are not my dedicated coaching days. So, for example, like Monday evenings or nights are now like off because I'm using it for other things. Or just the rest of the week, you can book me on days I'm supposed to be streaming or days I'm supposed to be recording content. So I'll set that aside for people who want to pay the extra amount so that, you know, I am not able to record that day. But if you, the best coaching would be for someone who is just kind of like getting into Apex, book the 1v1 coaching sessions. The 1v1 sessions are like the best because they'll teach you a whole bunch of mechanics, teach you aiming mechanics, movement mechanics, help you figure out like your 1v1 skills, all that good stuff. What was the username? 4 FOUR. There it is. Yo yo yo.
What's up?
Not too much, my man. How we doing today?
Good. How are you?
Perfect. Doing good. Can you send me your in-game name and your platform on Discord, and I'll copy paste it over to Apex.
Yeah.
I love you, Lex. Lex, I got 1 hour that I'm going to be off, okay?
This is
Yeah, Joy, if you can't book a Monday, then I would suggest booking the Express. It's going to be the best way to get in as soon as possible. Otherwise, you got to wait for the next Monday, pretty much. I might change that in the future, but right now I'm just really... Right now, I'm focusing more on, what do you call it? Fuck. I'm focusing a lot more on content right now. Okay, perfect. All right, my man. So, what are we doing today, homie? What is the goal for today?
I mean, I'm like a noob. I haven't played very much, so.
Oh,
I
okay.
figure it's good to start before I get any bad habits, you know?
Yeah, for sure. All right. All right. I think I just sent you a friend request. You get that by chance?
Yeah.
You did it. Perfect. All right, sweet. So pretty much just kind of see what happens. See where you can improve and all that. Got you. Question. Do you see me in your friends list? I don't see you anywhere.
Yeah, it's an invite there.
Big Daddy Rhino. I wonder if... Are you appearing offline by chance? Oh, what the heck? Is your name Prag?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
I think it's showing. That's my Steam name. The Big Daddy Rhino is the EA name.
Okay. Okay. I was so confused. I'm like, I don't see Big Daddy anywhere. Okay, I sent you an invite. You can hop into my range and we'll get cooking. Yeah, Lex, I don't know how to mod on TikTok. So honestly, if people are watching over on TikTok, low key, sorry, I'm not gonna read the chat because I'm not gonna read 5 different chats. But hey, enjoy the first stream over on TikTok, or come on over to YouTube or Twitch. Okay, so let's start off. What kind of experience do you have in general? Like, have like you're new to Apex, or you're just coming back to Apex?
I have like probably like 60 hours in it, but I would say like 40 of them are like from OG Apex.
Okay, so you're
when it first
okay.
came out.
So it's like a completely new game at this point. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you play any other games, or is it like you're just kind of coming back to gaming in general?
No, I play other games. I play a lot of Siege.
Okay, okay, we can definitely connect a lot of dots from Siege over to Apex. What was your rank in Siege?
I'm in Diamond.
Nice. Fuck, okay. I see you. Alright, well here, let's start off. Let's just grab whatever 2 weapons you currently enjoy playing with. We're just going to start off with some 1v1s. We'll kind of just take a look at, in general, how you're playing right now, and then we'll go hop into the pit, work on some stuff, and then we'll go hop into some actual matches and kind of try to tie everything together tonight.
Right.
Yeah, any 2 guns you want. It could literally be anything. Then you can grab all blue attachments. Whatever sight you want is perfectly cool. Just blue mag, stock, barrel, whatever it might be. Cool, that's a pretty solid loadout. Alright. Oh! See, you grab ammo. You actually don't... So, if you... Do you play controller or M&K?
M&K.
Okay, hold tab on your keyboard. It's going to open up the range settings. The 3rd setting will say infinite ammo reloads. Turn that on. Once you turn that on, you'll never need to grab ammo again. You'll just have infinite ammo in your backpack.
Oh, okay, there we go.
You can grab the gold Evo cache, and then we'll go hop on down the pit, and we'll start talking about what's going on. All right. So what we're going to do to kind of get things started today, we're just going to do a series of 1v1s. It can be anywhere from like 5 to 10. I'm going to start off like really easy. It's going to borderline feel like I'm trolling. Really, the only goal with this is to just figure out how in general you're playing. It's kind of hard to figure that out if I'm just full sending you. So I'm going to start off really easy. Take a look at how you're peeking, shooting, moving around, doing your thing. As it gets harder, we'll really start to see where you start to have issues, and then we'll start talking about what the issue is, what's causing it, how we're going to fix it, and we'll just kind of give you a course of action on really kind of how to be playing in general. So I'll get you to start off right there. There's only 2 rules. There's no healing, there's no abilities. I just want to see how you play like raw mechanically, and then once we kind of see what's going on, we'll just, like I said, we'll just start breaking things down, okay?
All right.
We'll both ping to see we're all good to go, and we'll school off of whoever pings last.
Oh, sorry. So
You're totally fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, gang, so chat, let's kind of see. He's pretty new to Apex, so he says. Let's see in general how he's poking, how he's peeking, how he's shooting. Good pressure. Good push. So far, there's a lot of health management issues. I'm just seeing it in general. He's in the open a lot. And that's kind of just happening from a bunch of different things. It's like standing in the open too long, moving in the open too often, stopping in the open. So we're going to have to cover some health management things. We're going to cover some movement things.
I heal now.
Oh, yeah, of course. So the way that you'll heal, hit M on your keyboard, and then pick the legend that you're currently on. And it'll instantly heal you.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so we gotta add some health management skills, like jiggle peeking, kind of like how he does in Siege. We gotta add movement skills, something that he will not know because he comes from Siege. Siege has no movement. Like that right there, right? Getting stuck in the open with your gun in your hand. That's just not really acceptable. When does he move here? How does he keep his engagement? Good pre-fire. So that definitely comes from Siege. That's a great habit to have. Good pre-fire. Shooting coming out of the open. Perfect. Gun in hand, that's a movement issue. That's why he died. Okay. And then here, hold crouch, bleed out, pick you right back up. Perfect. So you definitely have, like, so I don't know if it's Siege in general or if it's just how you play. You definitely have some good tendencies from Siege that seem like they're carrying over. But in general, yeah, a lot of your setbacks are just like you just not being educated on like Apex, you know, gameplay or Apex techniques and stuff. Just like if I played Siege, I'd probably get one tapped every game because I just don't know angles. So yeah, I think in general you have so far some good tendencies. We'll cover some more basic things here in a bit, and we'll see what kind of happens here. So health management, we got to fix his moving. He's got somewhat decent pre-firing. His positioning is a little weird. Good pre-fire. What we need to fix also is how consistent is he with putting the engagement and holding the engagement on where that person is playing. Good move. Good peek. How's he going to play off that damage? He's going to move off it. He's not. Okay. Alright, one more really quick. We'll start breaking some stuff down. Alright, first thing first. Let's cover some of the things that you're actually doing quite well. I'm really happy to see. You are constantly engaged. I think obviously with Siege, you're really good at understanding where sound cues are coming from, and in Siege you do a good job of making sure you're looking at where those significant audio cues are coming from. So you're in general just being proactive with what you're hearing. If I move around, you're obviously looking at where I am now. If I change angles, you go and you find that. You don't wait to see me. You go out of your way to see me. So that's awesome. That's usually not something we see with people who are new to Apex. So it's great that that is already done. You're doing a really good job of also pre-firing, holding angles, being engaged before you see me. So I'm sure in Siege, right, you do a lot of pre-firing. You know certain angles that people play, so you just shoot that spot. You're doing that really well. We can fix that a little bit to make it even better, but you're doing that. It's awesome that you have that tendency. That's probably one of the main tendencies I don't see from people. So that also really good. Where are you struggling the most? You are struggling a lot with keeping the engagement going. So like I said, you find where you can shoot from, you shoot from there. You pre-fire a lot, awesome, but you're not keeping that engagement with me. So there's a lot of pauses that happen in your gunfight, and those pauses are used against you. Another area that you're having a hard time in is your general movement. It's very bad. And
you feel like a slug.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you do, because I saw you moving around a lot like a slug. So we need to get that fixed, because just like, in Siege, something important is happening. Like, you got to be on that shit right now. You can't really wait if someone's planning a diffuser. Obviously you can, right? There's a time period and shit, but you want to take care of shit right away. It's the same thing here. You want to make sure that when you're shooting your gun, you're able to slide off of that, right? You're taking damage, you're moving away off of that. You can't see something, you're moving right away from that. You want to make sure that you're doing shit right now, not later. So that's going to be a huge thing that we need to fix on. Another thing, the third thing that I'm really seeing that is lacking, your health management is almost inexistent. It's just not there. A lot of the time, you're setting yourself up to get completely one-magged. So this is something that I am surprised to see that you have. Coming from Siege, like, you can get one-tapped, so you're constantly bouncing your head in and out. I really thought that I would see you, like, jiggle peeking more often, just like in Siege, right? Like, you're trying to not get one-tapped. So we're going to have to kind of build some gameplay there. Where I want to start with you is your movement. If your movement is solid, when you start adding those other skills that are going to help you stay alive, those fall into place a lot easier. If we don't add movement first, what's going to happen is you're going to get that big break, you're going to push, you're going to get shit on anyways. It wouldn't make a difference. So with movement, you can make more plays, and you can actually play off of them. So let's come up top here. what we're going to cover first is we're going to cover some M&K specific movement techniques, and then we're also going to cover some different versions of slides. Let's start off with the M&K stuff in specific. Your mouse and keyboard, awesome. So what we're going to do really quick is we're going to go into your mouse and keyboard settings. We're going to change 2 settings right now, okay? So in mouse and keyboard, you will see the category movement. In your movement category, your move forward. By default, it's W. That's your key 1. Your key 2 is going to be scroll up. What's your current scroll up bind?
A quick weapon 1.
Okay. So it's not... Okay. What do you have on either your side mouse buttons or on your 1 and 2 keys?
My side mouse button is hold crouch.
You don't...
The other one...
Is that what you did in Siege? You held crouch with your side button on Siege?
No, I lean with my mouse buttons on Siege.
Okay. What do you crouch with on Siege?
My other one's holster. C.
Okay. What do you have left control as?
It's also hold crouch.
Okay, so we're going to leave your CS toggle or hold, whatever's comfortable, and then we're going to leave your left control. So, okay. So your side mouse button, we are going to change that to either cycle weapon, or we're going to change that to your primary or secondary weapon. So here's the reason. Your move forward, right, your scroll up, this is going to be a cool technique to teach you how to, like, move your body in, like, really crazy ways. So this has to change. Otherwise, you're basically a controller player with no aim assist. And it just would not make any sense to even play M&K.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird, but it'll make a lot of sense here in a second. So scroll up, your key 2 function will be scroll up for move forward. Okay. I would suggest playing your most forward side button on your mouse, so whatever's closest to, like, your index finger. That should be a cycle weapon. That way you hit it, it just changes primary, secondary. And then your back button should be your holster. And if that is weird, playing on cycle instead of playing on primary, secondary, then you can change it to 1 and 2 on, like, your keyboard. And then that will just maybe make a little bit more sense. Now, scroll down. What is that currently for you? Your secondary?
No, it's jump.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we don't need to change that. So, do you need to change any other binds that we might have just moved by chance?
No.
So we only changed one thing. Okay. So, what we're going to learn, you can leave your settings. What we're going to learn is something called tap strafing. So in Apex, there's obviously momentum, right? If I slide jump, my momentum will, like, drag me forward. It will keep me moving in that direction. If I slide jump and then try to turn my head back, nothing's going to happen, right? You just keep moving forward because your momentum is pushing you forward. Now, in Apex, and I'm sure other games might have this, but this is definitely like CSGO and in Apex on the Source engine. When you have momentum, you can direct that momentum to the right, to the left, or even backwards, depending on what lurch input you input. A lurch input is a directional input while you're in the air. So if I have no momentum to begin with, I just jump straight up, and then I start holding A, or I jump and I hold D, it will move me in that direction even though prior I had no momentum. So by lurching, we can essentially push our body where we want it to go. This is why we put scroll forward as move forward. As I'll do this with my gun in my hand, as I'm moving forward, and let's just say I slide and I jump, as I'm in the air, I start scrolling. It's going to push me wherever I look. So as I scroll and I turn my mouse, it's going to push me wherever I'm looking. This will basically let you do 180-degree turns in the air. So what this would look like from your perspective of me is as I slide jump forward, I'm going to change the direction that I'm moving. Now this is really important because as you start getting better, even with really basic plays, you're going to be doing things like there's someone inside of a building, around a door or around a corner. You're going to what's called tap strafing. and you're going to cut that corner instantly. It's going to help you move faster. It's going to get you out of situations quicker, and it's going to give you a lot more control over your body. Because as I'm moving, at any moment, I can just jump and lurch into the direction that I want to go. Oh, I need to change directions because there's, let's just say this is a doorway right here. Oh, fuck, whole team in here. You're turning around instantly, right? As you're coming in, oh, a team, maybe I do want to fight this. You can just change the direction you're moving and break their ankle. So the way that we're going to do this, super simple. People will overcomplicate this. So if you do kind of start to get a little ahead of yourself, we'll slow it down even more. Super simple. A lurch is a directional input while in the air. You can only lurch for up to 0.4 seconds. All you need to know about this basically is because lurches only have a window of under half of a second, you just need to finish your turn within half of a second. How long it takes you to go from looking forward to turning all the way around or looking forward and turning to the left. Do that in half of a second, you're fine. You literally just did it right there, right? So what we're going to do with this is we're going to give ourselves momentum. Run, walk, slide jump, I don't care what you do, anything that will move your body forward. You're going to jump and you're going to let go of W key. You want the forward input to come from your scroll wheel, not from the constant held W. So what we're going to practice really quick, because this might, oh, you're actually doing it right now, so we don't even need to practice this. What we're going to do is we're just going to run, jump, and then you're just going to turn and scroll at the same time. Now, the important part here, this is where a lot of people will have issues. When you're trying to tap strafe, you are going to think to yourself, I'm moving myself in the direction I'm looking by scrolling. If I stop scrolling, I stop moving. So the entire time that you're turning, you should be scrolling.
Okay.
Do me a favor and share your screen with me over on Discord. And I'm going to share my screen with you with a keyboard display so that you can see what I'm inputting here. No board. Okay. Close. Okay. So yeah, you're getting it right now. Perfect.
Yeah, I just wasn't letting go of W.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you weren't moving, it's probably just gonna be that you weren't letting go of W. Okay, awesome. So sweet. So now the next thing that we're gonna do is we're going to give you two different ways to tap strafe. All right. So there are soft tap strafes and there are hard tap strafes. Let me minimize your screen share. Perfect. So a hard tap strafe, if you want to, I'll share my screen, look you over on Discord. Good. So virtual camera, screen share, device, OBS virtual camera. All right, do you see my keyboard display?
Yep.
Okay. So there's two different kind of tap strafes. There is a soft tap strafe, which is only using your scroll input. The reason why this is called the soft tap strafe is because it only pushes you where you look. Meaning, if I only look a little bit, I'm only going to move a little bit. If I move a lot, I'm going to move a lot. All right? It's very controlled, thus it's soft. A hard tap strafe is when you add an A or a D input to your tap strafe. If I just run, jump, and input A, it's going to launch me into that direction. So if I were to also turn while I input that A, it will throw me, or rather, I will not just turn to the left, but it will also throw me to the left. So if I were to run on this line right here, run, jump, turn, scroll, or I'll line it up so I land on this platform right here. Run, jump, turn, scroll. You can see I'm landing on the platform. If I add that A input, run, jump, turn, scroll, it will throw you to the left as you're in the air. So it can give you even sharper movements. So typically, if you're going to do something like hitting a 180, as I go to hit a 180, I'm going to input A to hook me around a lot more aggressively, like you're doing right there. You can also simply just hold A as you try to run and like jump. This is what's known as an air strafe. You're strafing your body in the air. You ever see like CSGO surf?
Yeah.
This is that. This is it. It runs on the exact same engine. So this is the exact same movement. So you basically be air surfing while you're in the air. Now, again, if you add that scroll input, it's even more aggressive.
Oh, shit. Oops.
Yeah, you're good. You're chilling. A lot of Ash players did not like that when they added the dash tour. They couldn't tap strafe anymore because it was making that an issue. Perfect. So you're getting it. This is exactly what we want to do. Now, this is super basic. This is really just a way to kind of help you direct where your body is going. So you can keep it really simple with just learning how to do 45, 90, 100 degree tap strafes. Where it gets really fancy is when you start combining it with other mechanics as you start getting somewhat advanced in your movement. So eventually you'll start doing things like launching yourself off of a zip line and then moving the complete different way. Or you play on Ash, what you actually might end up doing is dashing and then cutting back the opposite way that you came. Like that, exactly. So imagine this. Imagine you dash sideways, and then you tap strafe into the person that you're looking at, like that. Exactly. So tap
to hit.
Yeah. So you can definitely do some crazy momentum or some crazy mechanics with just tap strafing. So something that you want to get comfortable with is what we're doing right now. Another thing you want to get comfortable with is just lurching. Lurching is just hitting those keys while you're in the air. So doing something like inputting a circle when you jump, get comfortable making circle, or they're called circle strafes. So as you jump, you WASD really quick, and then every time you land on the ground, you jump again, right? Getting comfortable doing that in both directions is going to be somewhat important.
An upgrade is available. I must choose.
Now, it's all good. You're chilling. I mean, it's something that honestly doesn't really matter right now. It's just something to keep in mind in the future. After tap strafing, what we really want to add is slides. Sliding is by far the most used mechanic aside from running. And there's also some running mechanics that we'll talk about, because as basic as it is, literally just moving forward, there's some things that you need to know about it that will make and break how you do certain things. So with slides, there's two really important things that are going to hold you back. When is your, if your gun is in your hand or not, and how many steps are you taking? So when your gun is in your hand, you naturally just run slower compared to when your weapon is holstered. So the rule of thumb is, if your goal is to shoot, your goal is in your hand. If your goal is to move, you holster your gun. Do you have different weapon movement speeds in Siege?
No.
No, okay, never mind.
Different
so
operators are.
Maybe, yeah, okay. So think of it, have you ever played CS?
Yep, like having a knife out.
Exactly. It's the exact same thing. If your goal is to move, the knife comes out, right? End of story. Yeah. If I get damage on you and I want to push you, my gun goes down. I'm just going to push you faster, more effectively. Now, with that in mind, having your gun in your hand doesn't just affect your running speed, it affects your slides a lot. And sliding is what you're doing all the time as you push and as you play. So if your gun's in your hand, you move slower, your slides don't go as far, and they're not as fast. On top of that, the worst part about it is that you have to take a predetermined amount of steps before you can actually slide. So if my gun's in my hand and I want to slide, I have to take 1, 2, 3 steps. The actual step count is not a metric, it's the timing. That's the metric. How much time it takes to build up enough speed to enter a slide. So imagine I'm fighting you and I'm peeking you and I want to push you. Taking 1, 2, 3 steps into the open is really not that good of an idea, because you're moving slow, your gun's in your hand, right? You're running in a straight line, they're going to see and shoot you easy, and you can't slide when you want, so you're not getting the mechanic done right away. As soon as you holster the gun, you run faster. Your slides are faster, they go further, and one step, you're in a slide. So what we're going to practice is as we're fighting, we're holstering our gun behind the cover, and then I'm taking one step to push out from the cover. Peek, holster one step in, slide out. Just like that. Perfect. Now, this is what you would call either like a fade slide or like an instant slide, because you can do it instantly instead of having to build up the momentum to be able to do it. So, rule of thumb is this is just like the basic way that you should be sliding from here on out. I'm shooting, holstering, and I'm sliding forward with my gun down. An advanced slide is the next step, and it's just changing when you actually it's changing when you take out the weapon. So instead of putting my gun down, one step slide, take out the gun, and shooting really late, instead you're going to holster, unholster, step, crouch. Holster, unholster, step, crouch. And now you're able to shoot your gun as you're actually in the air, just like that, instead of when you actually hit the ground. Perfect. You got it there. I think you just double swapped, but that was it. So the binds, yeah, the binds that I gave you, right? The holster on the back side button, the swap weapon on the forward side button, makes it really easy to back button, forward button, slide. Back button, holster, forward button, slide. And just get into that mechanic and just have really fluid movement. Perfect. Now, here's why this mechanic works, and it's important to know this so that you can build off of this. When you holster your weapon, you have that little dot in the center of your screen, right? The holster crosshair. I want you to hit swap weapon and just tell me how long does it take from that crosshair to go from a dot holster to a weapon crosshair? How long, roughly?
Oh man, like I don't know.
Yeah,
I would say 0.4. We'll stay consistent.
Yeah. It's like half a second, right? Like it's not a lot of time, but it's not a very quick time either. That half second is how long it takes you to transition your body from moving fast, gun down, to moving slow, gun in hand. Basically, what this means is when you holster and then you hit swap, for half of a second you will still move fast. It's important to know it's the same thing vice versa. If I'm holstering my gun, for half of a second I will still be moving slow. So as I'm peeking like in Siege. I'm jiggling in and out of that corner. I'm snapping in and out of that corner. Holster, half second pause on holster slide. So give that a try. Peek, holster, on holster slide. Peek, holster pause on holster slide. Peek, on holster pause on holster slide.
Oh man.
Yeah, right? All we did was we just changed one thing. We just made you step into cover, and it's like, what the fuck is my brain doing? So, one thing that you can do, there you go, to make it a lot easier to get, or a lot easier to practice, is just go one step at a time, and then pick up the pace, and build that rhythm. If you try to do everything all at once, your brain is just going into overtime, and it's just like, gonna fry itself. Perfect. Now, that's an advanced slide. Let's change this into an instant swap. Because right now you're playing on cycle weapon. You're not playing primary, secondary. So, a lot of the time as we're fighting, we're just like in Siege, right? You're holding that angle with your primary, and you might swap to your secondary to like clean someone up. It's the same thing here. I'm going to be holding you with my primary. I don't want you to peek that corner. I'm going to keep you from engaging me. So as I'm holding you, I want to push, holster on holster slide. But now my gun's empty and I need to reload in front of you. I'm going to get killed. So what you're going to do is you're going to go forwards, back, or you're going to go front, back. Oh my God. Front side button, immediately the back side button. What that looks like is on my screen. I don't know if you can like see that well, right? It's just going to go holster or swap holster. And what you'll notice is that you don't even see the gun swap. It just goes instantly into a holster. When you go on holster slide, it's going to be the second weapon that you're using. So I'm holding, swap holster, on holster slide. I'm pushing out with my secondary fully loaded.
Oh.
No, you're good.
hold.
You punch the air, but you're chilling.
Hello? Alright. So, peek, pass holster, and it's... What? Why am I clicking?
Is your swap button actually your swap button, or is it changed? And you just don't...
No, it is. I'm just like
Okay.
brain melting.
All good. This is not something that you need to have right now. It's recorded, so I can just send this over to you afterwards. It's just more so to so that you have it. You can add it into your gameplay. You can practice it in the future. You just hit it right there, which is perfect. So, as we're playing, as we're fighting, something that I don't know how familiar this would be in Siege, because I know because the time to kill in Siege is so instant, you don't have to push people. You just have to catch people, right? It's going to be different from Siege. Because the time to kill is so long, you need to be able to have someone in front of you long enough and consistently enough to be able to drop that person. Also, because you can heal, it's really important that you don't give people the chance to do what they want. So, when we're playing Apex, you can stay up here for a sec. When we're playing Apex, there's two things that we always want to start off with. First thing is cover. It's obviously what's going to keep you safe. You're familiar with that with Siege. The second thing is space. Space is what's going to let you use cover. If my enemy's over here playing this rock, if he were to break my shield and I had to look away, he can't shoot me. There's nothing he can do. I'm perfectly safe behind my rock. And if he wants to fight me, the only way he could possibly do that is to work his way over to where I am and to force me to be in front of him. Well, he obviously has to move through all of this space, which is going to be an issue for him. So, as we're fighting and we're peeking at that player, the only way that you're going to get damage is if he peeks also and lets you hit him. So our goal is to keep pressure on players, whether it's actually hitting them or whether, like in Siege, you're pre-firing that spot and you're telling him, bro, you better not fucking peek out because I'm going to one-tap you right in the forehead. Right? So we're peeking, we're holding that player, and we're using those sliding techniques we just talked about as a way to close that space quickly. And then we get back to square one. Rinse and repeat. We're holding that player. Again, if I peek him, he may be in the open, he may not be in the open. I may hit him, I may not hit him. I may hit him a lot or little. The consistency is just not there. There's too many things that can happen. What is going to give you consistency is closing space. And by closing space, you don't have to wait to see him anymore. You can just put him in the open with one slide. You can force him to fight you, and you can essentially get a challenge. Now, it's going to be really uncomfortable for a majority of people because they're not confident in their movement, they're not confident in their aim. A way that's going to make you more confident is realizing, with the worst aim in the world, shooting at something that is not consistently available to shoot, you will probably never hit a shot. Imagine, though, you have something that is always in front of you. Even with bad aim, you will hit that target. So, with poor mechanics, playing properly and closing space, you have a bigger chance of getting kills than if you do playing in the back and waiting for that perfect moment to push. So, what we're going to practice is how you would be fighting in Siege. You know where I'm playing? I want you to be poking. I want you to be peeking me. And as you start getting advantages, whatever you're comfortable playing off of right now, we will build skills with this. You're going to holster your gun. Unholster and try to close that space. And I understand that you're going to mess up this mechanic a lot because it's literally brand new to you. If you do, that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with mechanically making a mistake. And then holstering, moving up. I will give you one tip, though, to make these slides a little bit more effective. Come over to where I am right here. When you're sliding, what's really obvious is that you're trying to move around and then go slide into what you want. The issue with this is that because, obviously, this is in your way, you're either going to run into this or you're turning away from your opponent, and then you're turning towards them and you're just moving in an awkward way. You can only slide if you sprint, and you can sprint holding W or holding AW or DW. So what you're going to do is press yourself against the corner. You're going to take one step back and one step to the side. And then from here, when you go to slide out, you're sliding out on an angle instead of turning and then turning again. So you're always looking forward. You should never look away from where your opponent is. So as I peek you left and right, I'm going to holster, take a step back, and then slide out using AD or AW. I mean, my bad. WA or WD. I'm retarded. So you're basically sliding out on an angle, and then you're going to tap, like you're going to tap A to lurch into the direction that you came from to bring yourself back to where you started pretty much. Right? It's called air strafing. Or you're going to tap strafe, and you're going to turn and scroll your wheel into the direction that you want to land. So Apex is a lot about moving your body precisely.
It jumps.
Yeah.
My jump's not coming out.
So even though you holstered your gun and you are taking your one step, you're crouching too soon, and what's happening is this. You don't have enough momentum yet. Right? So we lowered it from 3 to 1 step, but you were taking half of a step.
Why would the jump not? It's like if I let go, because my crouch is on hold. If I let go, crouch as I jump, it eats the jump.
Are you using? What are you using? Are you using toggle crouch or hold to crouch?
Hold. Like when I press space, there, it's not happening.
Okay, run that back to me one more time, because I know that it's a common issue. I'm trying to remember what causes that issue. So you're
like when I hit, like I just hit space or nothing. I'm not jumping. So I have to use. So I'm using C to crouch. So I have my 2 fingers on W and D, and my thumb is on C. So then when I let go of C with my thumb and press space to jump, yeah, if I try to jump as I'm uncrouching, it doesn't jump.
So you're toggle crouch, right? On C?
No, it's hold.
You hold on C. That's so weird. Are you positive with that?
I mean, yeah. Holding, let go.
Okay.
I can play. I don't have a problem. I mean, I haven't played long enough to care, so I can change it.
So when it eats the jump, you just don't move at all, or is it like a skip?
Nothing happened. Like I'm trying to jump right now. If I press it right as I let go of C.
Double check. Do me a favor. Okay. So go back to.
I know why. I just figured it out.
What is it?
It's because if you have toggle crouch on and you press space, it just makes you stand up. So I think it's reading that as a stand up. I'm pressing space too soon.
So your C is toggle crouch.
No, it's not.
Okay, that's so. Maybe it's just okay. I've never. If you're hold to crouch, it shouldn't. Like you can be hold to crouched and jump out of it. But if you're toggle crouched, like for example, my C is toggle crouch. If you're toggle crouched, you can't jump out of it. It just stands you. So what it sounds like to me is you're having an issue where you're toggle crouching and you're jumping too soon. But if you're saying that you're holding crouch for like you're holding crouch on C, maybe it's just a C issue. But I've never experienced that before. To me, that's a toggle crouch issue. That's not a hold to crouch issue. So what you would need to make sure that you do is you would have to fully get into a slide first.
Yeah, like there's no jump coming out there.
I've literally never seen that before on hold to crouch.
Weird.
I would suggest either practicing getting fully into the slide, wait until you either hear that you're sliding and then jump, and then as you get better, you can refine that.
I think the problem was letting if I don't let go of C, it doesn't ever happen. If I let go of C at the same time that I press space, I don't jump.
Okay, I know I probably sound like such an idiot, and I know you've told me a million times. I just need to like see it. Just tap C one time, super quick. Did you tap it?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you are hold to crouch. I've never seen that. That's actually so weird. Okay, really the only workaround is, yeah, make sure that you actually hold C, or whatever you said was worked, I guess, then do that. I've never seen this in the 6 years that I've been playing.
I think it's happened to me a lot, which has been part of, like, it's made me feel really dumb, because I'm like, why can't I slide and then jump? Like, how am I messing that up? It feels very simple.
Yeah. I would suggest learning to play with your pinky. That way you can individually be hold to crouching while you're spacebar jumping.
Oh, should I move it to control instead of C?
I put my hold to crouch on control, and then I put my toggle crouch on C. That way, if I really want to just sit in a corner, I can just toggle my crouch and I can just chill there, and I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it's probably better. Yeah, I think that'll be better.
Okay, perfect. All right, and then like I was saying, as you're sliding, right, or as you're peeking, we typically want to press ourselves to the corner as tight as possible, right? As we're tight here, we're just going to tap back in, holster, take a step back, and then that way when I diagonal sprint, I'm not bumping into the wall, I'm sprinting out into the open, and then I can lurch to whatever direction I need to put my body where I want it.
Okay.
Okay. So, with that in mind, as we're peeking, just like in Siege, we're trying to put pressure on where that person's playing, and we're trying to close space to reach that person. The way that we're going to do this, though, is by using what I would consider, or what I would call a rule, or using what I would call a suggestion. A lot of people, what they do is when they're playing, they're trying to play off of a damage advantage. And at face value, that is exactly what you want. And even under face value, it's exactly what you want. You want an advantage. The issue with playing off of a damage advantage is that you can't guarantee you're going to get that damage consistently enough to be moving up consistently. So there's two different ways that we want to play. We want to play off of rules, something that has to happen. Otherwise, if you don't follow the rule, there's a consequence. Right now, the rule is if I'm hitting you, you better go into cover and you better look away from me. Otherwise, you're going to get knocked. So every time I see numbers pop up on my screen, I know that he's going to look away, and I know there's a chance for me to unholster, slide at him. The second way is playing off of a suggestion. A suggestion is very similar to what you already do in Siege, which is if you're holding an angle on someone, that person probably should not peek you because he's going to get hit first, right? You're already watching him. You're going to see his shoulder peek out before he can see your whole body. So here, we want to be holding that angle on that person. Think to yourself, you're not trying to shoot my own hitbox. You're trying to shoot the hitbox I need to step into if I want to fight you. Just like in Siege, good players are not going to be running all the way out into the open. Good players play tight to their corners so that they can snap in and out of the open. So if you hold where I need to stand, I can't stand there, otherwise I take damage. You're telling your opponent, don't look at me. And because they're consistently looking away, because you're consistently holding, you're going to consistently walk up. Now, what you're doing right now is you're peppering your gun. You're tapping away on it. Yeah. That is not a lot of damage. So, just like, unlike Siege, bullets don't hit that hard in Apex. There's a long time to kill. Because of that, you need to have a good amount of potential damage when you peek. If my flatline can shoot 600 damage, if I'm peeking you, I just peeked you like 20 times and I barely did anything, right? Because there's not that much potential damage coming out of my mag. But if I start peeking you harder and I start holding that trigger a little bit more, you're going to deal more potential damage. Because you're shooting more, there's more time to adjust over to where your opponent's actually playing. So we want to give ourselves the chance to land shots, and we want to give ourselves the chance to get enough good shots in. The way you'll think of this is when you peek for slower shooting guns, like a flatline, a quarter to a third of your magazine. For faster shooting guns like a car, a third to half of your magazine. So as I'm shooting my flatline, quarter, 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 my car, third, third, third. And then that way, if I actually land shots, well, I'm going to be landing 80 damage, 50 damage, 70 damage, 70 damage. You'll actually land good enough portions. There you go.
Okay.
Now, again, just like in Siege, if you shoot your whole mag, you're going to get 1 mag back. Same thing in Apex. If you shoot your whole mag, you're going to get 1 mag back. So you're snapping in and out, and you're shooting your portions. When you snap back in, you force people to miss. You keep ammo in your magazine. So I'm shooting, make you miss, make you miss, make you miss, and I'm moving off of what I'm doing. Let's see, give that a try. So you know that this is, I'll peek from this side here. You know that this is where I'm peeking from, right? So you're going to be, there you go. Right? Now, because I'm taking damage, I typically will want to look away. So if you're seeing numbers pop up, you're going to go shoot. Oh, I'm seeing numbers, holster, and slide yourself forward. Exactly. Maybe I don't want to get hit as you hold my corner on me. Like in Siege, I just don't want to get hit right now. That could be you holstering and working your way up. So our goal is to take ourselves from situations where we can only react to if that person's in the open or not. Very situational, very reactionary, very in control. And we want to take control over the fight. If I can't see you because you're peeking me, well, I'm going to make myself see you by swinging you. Your goal is not to get damage as you peek. Damage is just a side effect of shooting your gun. It's just going to happen naturally. If you hit good shots, awesome. Play off of it. Go ahead. If you don't hit shots, all good. You were shooting for a reason. I'm shooting to push my opponent into cover so that I can take those steps forward. So shoot with intention and play off of the intention. If I throw a flash in a room, I'm not going to wait to see what that guy does after being flashed. I'm playing with the flash. So as I'm peeking and as I'm shooting you, I'm peeking and I'm moving off of my peek. I'm not waiting to see what my opponent does. By the time that I notice what he's doing, he's already doing the next thing that he wants. Nice, just like that. And as you get more comfortable with those inputs, the fluidity of what you're doing, the rhythm, will become a lot faster. Obviously, right now, it's really slow and choppy. You're just not used to that feeling.
I keep sprinting and then trying to hit the unholster.
Yeah.
I'm doing. It feels really weird to unholster before I'm moving.
Oh yeah, 100%. Okay, so with this in mind, I think because you are so new, I think today will just be a lot of like, this is what you want to know. We'll just give you like a whole bunch of things that you can do, and then you can kind of just like take everything from the recording and practice them individually over time. Let's see, what are we at right now? We're about 50 minutes in. I want to make sure that we spend some extra time today to make up for, one, my rescheduling that I had to do with you, and two, because you're new, there's so many things that you need to know. So I definitely want to make sure that we give you some good stuff to walk away with. Follow me back to where you kind of spawn in with all the guns. So, in Siege, Recoil. How do you control Recoil in Siege?
Pull down to the left.
Pull down to the left.
Almost always.
Alright, almost always? Okay. It's pretty much... It's similar in Apex. There's a pattern to every weapon. So every weapon has its own unique pattern. The flatline... If I shoot my flatline... Hold on. Do you have your hit markers turned on? Or, like, can you see, like, bullet impacts in your visual settings, your video settings?
Yep.
Okay. So, I'll turn mine on to high. So, as you shoot your I'll just come over here and I'll shoot my flatline. If I shoot my gun and I don't control the recoil... And then I take a step over to the side. I shoot my gun, I don't control the recoil. You can see that the pattern is going to be similar, but it's not the exact same, right? So it's always going to be ever so slightly different. So as we're learning different weapons, have a group of guns that you like to play with in general. Figure out what the pattern is without controlling the recoil. So just shoot it in the sand and see what it does. And then when you see the pattern, you're obviously just going to do the exact opposite of it. Right? So this is the first method to controlling recoil. It's called pattern control. You learn the specific pattern of every weapon, and you can pretty consistently have really good accuracy with it. The issue with pattern control, the pattern is not the exact same every time. So if you're seeing someone shooting their gun and their crosshair literally does not bob left and right, it's because they're cheating. There's no way to perfectly control recoil in Apex with patterns because it changes ever so slightly every time. It's impossible. The second way to control recoil, you can have perfect aim. It's called aim smoothing. Aim smoothing is instead of trying to pull down to control recoil, you're instead going to pull sideways. When you pull sideways, you smooth out the vertical kick of your gun. You can still see there is still a little bit of up and down oscillation. That will go away with how consistent you are at smoothing, so we'll cover that in a bit. But basically, by pulling your aim sideways, you can smooth out that horizontal kick, or that vertical kick rather, which is just like you're doing right now. It's removing it. It's not going up, it's only going sideways. Now, obviously if I pull my gun to the side, well, I'm going to be off target. So the way that you'll fix this is you'll strafe in the opposite direction that you pull. If I'm going to pull to the right, I'm going to strafe to the left. And what that starts looking like you're doing right now, exactly, you keep yourself on target. Now, what is going to make and break this for you, a mouse and keyboard player? Two different things. Speed matching and consistency for pulling sideways. So, you ever practice like smooth tracking drills on Kovacs or on Aim Labs?
Nope.
Okay, never mind. You're not a true gamer. So I'll share my. You can look at my screen. This will make the most sense. I'll take off my M&K capture because it doesn't matter. So as we start strafing, we need to match the speed that we're moving in front of this target. The closer you are to something, the more something will move across your screen. So aim smoothing works best the more that you can pull your crosshair. So if I'm in front of something, right in front of it, it moves pretty much, oh my god, I can't even speak. It moves a lot across your screen. So aim smoothing up close, it's really easy. You literally just pull sideways and there's no recoil. As you get further away, this target way over here. If I try to pull sideways, I'm pulling such a tiny amount that I can't really aim smooth. It's just going to want to kick all over the place. The more you pull, the more it smooths, right? So if I'm close, right, I need to match the speed that it's moving at. As I start stepping away more, that speed's going to change. I need to match that speed. I step away even more. I need to match that speed. So your goal is to pull your crosshair consistently at that speed. The second key part to this is making sure that you keep the crosshair moving. And even more important, you don't correct for your mistakes. So, for example, let's just say I start aim smoothing right now. As I pull and it stops and I kind of get shaky with it almost, my aim is going to want to kick up a little bit because I'm not smoothing it out. So, when my aim kicks up, the last thing you want to do is start pulling back down. Because when you start smoothing it out again, you're actually going to have negative recoil. You're going to pull down too much. So you want to practice keeping your crosshair moving at the same speed the entire time. And you want to practice when you notice that your aim is getting off to just keep pushing through the awkwardness.
Okay.
All right.
Does this also affect your hip fire recoil or no?
It's the exact same for hip fire, yeah. Whether you're aiming down sight or whether you're hip firing, it's the exact same. So I can aim smooth even from right here while hip firing. Again, it just comes down to pulling your crosshair. There you go. Now, again, like I was saying, aim smoothing works best the closer you are. As you get further and further away, you do have to start pulling down to the right and down to the left. So if I'm going to aim smooth moving left on this I'll do it on this target over here. If I'm going to aim smooth moving left on this target here, I can strafe for a good amount of time and still be on that target. My crosshair barely moves across this thing. Like, it's such a small movement. So I'm going to aim smooth, and I'm going to pull ever so slightly to the left while trying to pull down and to the right. Another thing that you can do is you can use your left and right strafe so that you can toggle between left and right aim smooths. So if I'm going to be shooting this target here, move left, move right, move left, move right, move left, move right. And then you're toggling between smoothing left and slightly down, then smoothing right and slightly down. So the way that you need to think about recoil is that recoil, there's ways to correct it, and those on their own are just tools. They're techniques. They're not the way to control recoil. It's just a technique to control the recoil. If I'm going to get this guy moving right now. I'll do constant. If I'm tracking this person right now, there's different ways that I can go about controlling my recoil on him depending on the situation. I could mirror his movements, right? So this is called mirror strafing, where you copy the movement that the person's moving. And now all I have to do is I just have to focus on pulling down when I shoot. I don't actually have to focus on tracking him because my body's doing that. So the only thing my gun does is just shoot straight by pulling down, right? I could focus on strafing in the opposite direction that I see him moving, which will allow me to pull my crosshair sideways, which will unlock aim smoothing. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill him in front of you. I'll actually get more dummies here so that they can have more spots to shoot. There we go. All right. It all depends on the situation that you're in. If I'm really far from someone, I literally might just stand still if I'm really far from someone, and I might just focus on controlling the recoil and keeping my crosshair over top of them by using a pattern. Or I might copy the movement that my opponent's making, and I might just focus on just only controlling the recoil with the pattern. If I'm further away. If I'm a little bit further, like this range here, this is a pretty comfortable range, right? Then I might start aim smoothing a little bit here. So again, depending on your situation, you're going to use different tools. Perfect. Now, with different strafes in mind, we want to make sure... Oh, refresh. Maybe not. With different strafes in mind, we want to use these when we're fighting up close. A lot of people, when they fight up close, what they do is they have happy feet. Happy feet is when you just do random shit. Like you're just fucking shaking your ass around. All this is going to do to you is it's going to make you, one, work harder because you're trying to figure out what your opponent's doing. So you have to correct for that. Two, you have to control your recoil. And then three, you have to correct for your random shit that you don't even know what you're going to do next. So instead, we want to be proactive and we want to have an idea, a goal with what we're trying to do. As I push in front of this person, I'm either going to mirror what he's doing and have perfect accuracy or perfect tracking by copying his movements with my movements. And then again, just focus on just your aim, just pulling down. Or two, what you're going to do is you're going to toggle between mirroring, or you're going to get in front of him and you're going to counter strafe him, move in the opposite direction for perfect recoil control. This is going to make it's going to give you the chance to control your recoil easy. And two, it's going to make the other person pull their crosshair harder, because now they have to do twice the work. It's not just pulling left, it's pulling left twice as much. So, as you get in front of someone, you want to decide, what is my goal? Is my goal to have consistent tracking and then good recoil, or whatever? Or is my goal to make this person work for it? As I get in front of my opponent, I might land shots and then have to reload. So I might switch over into a counter strafe. Now that my gun's done reloading, I'll go back into a mirror strafe. To you, you know what you're doing. I know that I'm going to mirror him for good aim, and then I'm going to counter to make him work hard while I reload. And then I'm going to switch back So to you, it's easy and it's predictable. To your opponent, he's going, oh, he's here. Now he's there. Now he's changing direction. He doesn't know because he's not you. So the most basic, simplest shit can seem completely random and complex to other people. So have an idea of what you're doing when you get into that fight.
Okay.
All right. Now, that is recoil technique. We covered slides. Do you know what bunny hopping is?
Yeah, I'm terrible at it.
You're terrible at it? Okay. So it's super, super easy. The easiest way to practice this is to just do it like this. Oh, I'm lagging really bad. Are you lagging by chance, or is it just me?
Just you.
Okay. My internet might die any minute. Bunny hopping, to make it super easy, practice just giving yourself momentum. So literally this can just be a run and a jump. And then practice with your scroll jump. Every time you hit the ground, you scroll jump, right? And what's going to happen is, if you stop jumping, you'll stop moving forward. And you're just going to practice jumping in a straight line and getting used to that timing. And if you stop jumping, you should stop moving forward. If you're holding W, you're going to keep moving forward regardless. So it looks like you're doing it pretty good right now. You can do this without the crouch, so you can literally just do this standing. This is useful because you can, a lot of the time, you can just sidestep, and you can like sidestep or like jump into a room as you're shooting. So if you could be shooting and like bunny hopping with like your space bar, or you could learn to play 131, which is like a mouse grip where you put your middle finger on the scroll wheel and then you shoot with your pointer and your index, or yeah, your pointer and your ring. Bunny hopping is going to be a good one for you to build up. We can cover really quick one more mechanic, and then we'll start wrapping up maybe. Is going to be super jumping. So super jumping is a way to double the height you get on a zipline jump. I think, oh, you already know super jumping.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So what you want to practice, since you already know it, is super jumping and then tap strafing out of it. There you go. Super jumping and pulling backwards by like hitting or holding S to keep yourself close to the zipline so that you can grab it again. So super jump and then start holding S. There you go. Now you notice how when you super jump, the zipline went behind you, you couldn't grab it again, right?
Yeah.
Don't turn around. Don't do a 180. Look up. Right now, the zipline's in front of you. You can see it. If I turn around, I shouldn't be able to grab the zipline. It's behind me. If I look up, I can actually see the zipline and grab it even though I'm not looking at it. There we go. Super jump S, look up, grab it again. So when you're in streamer buildings, or people call them streamer buildings, any building that has a zipline in it, you're basically going to use your super jump to propel you to the next floor, right? So one super jump will throw you to the second floor. A super jump double grab will put you on the third floor in most buildings. Like that, yeah. And then you would use the tap strafe to direct yourself into the room. So I might do something like a super jump and then 180 tap strafe into the second floor or into the third floor. You might do the same thing with like a super jump back, turn around. But yeah. Huge. Okay. So we covered some mechanics. Let's come back down into the pit. Let's do a couple of those 1v1s. We're going to use the whole pit. And we're going to see what happens here. I'll kind of walk you through these. Now you hear where your opponent's playing. Huge, fighting that angle. And your goal is, you don't want to wait to see me. You want to keep me from looking at you. So I'm going to start holding you. I'm going to shoot where you should be. And you're just going to take a lot of damage for it. So if you know where I'm playing, keep me from looking at you. And use that to follow through. And make your push forward.
No, no, there's my flying
Enemy
kick.
down.
You're good. Now, something that you do a lot, I noticed this in the initial 1v1s, I'm noticing it again now. When you move and you stop in the open. What this would look like, if you stay right there, is as I'm moving this rock here,
Let's move here.
I'm moving, I'm stopping in the open, and then I'm moving into the cover. What you need to understand is your opponent right now, so you would be my opponent, right now, there's only one spot that I can come out of, the corner. So you only have to look and pre-fire this spot. But you, on the other hand, you could be playing on this rock.
Might be something good
You could
this
be
way.
playing the left corner,
Hostile close.
the right corner. You could be playing on the pillar behind you. When I come out into the open, and I come out pre-firing, I have to flick over to where you are. I have to find you. You just see me as I come out. And not just do you see me, but listen really quick. You know where I'm going. You know where I'm going to pop out from. And when I'm going to pop out. So when you are moving and then stopping, that person is already shooting because they can hear you stepping out. Right? So
Okay.
if you're going to move to the cover first, then peek.
Okay.
The only time that you'll stop in the open is if you're stopping to put both of us in the open. An example of that is if you, like that right there, you swung and now we're both stuck here. It's a completely fair fight, so this is like a fair exchange. But if I got cover, like if I see you and I don't want to get fought, I'll just take a step. And you're stuck in the open now. And I'll just step back out and one mag you.
Hostile right here.
Target acquired here.
Alright, now you hear me. You want to make sure that you're pressuring. Awesome, you're looking for me before I look for you. Awesome.
Oh boy, no slide came out.
Yeah, I stopped in the open right there. Here's another thing. When you're moving, move, then do the action that you want to accomplish. Don't do the action first and then move. Reminder, you're peeking to make me look away. So if I'm peeking, you look away and then I reload, and then I go to move, well, you're already peeking me again. So I want to make you look away, follow through with the action, and then reload on the move. Reload while you have momentum.
Hostile right here.
Target here.
I'm taking shots.
I see you stopped in the open. Don't wait for me to pop out to shoot. You know this is where I am. If you wait to see me, I'm already going to be shooting you. And now you're dead.
Enemy down.
So if you know where I am, either hold me and follow through, or go back into cover, because I'm going to stick out and already shoot at you.
Contact
Okay.
with target.
Target here.
I'll move away so that I don't get fought. Gotta find an angle that looks at me. Find a corner that looks into the direction that I am. So you hear where I am? Find a corner that... There you go. Good hold. Good hold. Hold. Holster follow through. Hold. Holster follow through. There you go. And then you get back to holding me. Don't let me peek at you. I'm going to move away from you because I don't want to get pushed. Hold. Holster follow through.
Enemy down. Eyes on here.
The enemy is moving in.
Hold. Holster, I'm going to follow through. Don't want to get in the open with tab strafe away from you. Don't let me stick out. Hold. Holster follow through. a lot of the time you won't be able to get damage. I'm going to be hard to hit. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to come back. You won't be able to touch me that hard. So you need to get comfortable playing off of what feels like nothing. I'm going to make you look away. I'm going to follow through, and now you have to fight me. Now you have to take that angle with me. Think to yourself you're using your primary as a tool. You're using your secondary as a follow-through.
Oh boy, wrong buttons.
No, you're good. I mean, again, you're going to mechanically make mistakes. That's fine. Good damage. I can't look, right? That's you walking up on me. But you didn't take it, so now I'm going to start holding you.
I just did that backwards. I holstered and then I unholstered to slide at you.
Yeah.
Eyes on here.
Eliminate the enemy.
Good damage. I can't look. That's you holstering and following through. Right? Force me into that fight. All good, all good. You know where I am? Hold that angle. Don't let me peek out. Pretend it's siege. Alright, I'm in a doorway on siege. Don't let me look out that door. If I look out that door, I control the hallway. Huge. Follow through off that. I can't look. Follow through.
Oh my god.
It's all good. If you make the mistake of the inputs, I don't care. Just go with it. I understand that it's gonna be hard. I'm not gonna hold that against you.
The decision making.
Yeah, it's again, it's the only thing I care about is you making the good decision. All right. A good play and bad execution is better than a good execution but a horrible play. Perfect.
I'm down.
No, I forgot. I didn't cover wall jumps with you. Do you know what? Do you know how to wall jump?
Right here.
Like the wall bounce thing? No.
Yeah. No. Okay. We'll cover that.
I
right
mean,
after the...
yes, but no. I know the idea is like you slide at the wall, jump, and then jump off with like S.
Okay. So here.
Does it work when I do it? No.
I got you. All right. Let's come up here.
Especially with Ash, because I always just end up doing the boost. Same with like, yeah.
Yeah. So regardless if it's Ash who has a boost, regardless if it's who's the other bitch? Valkyrie, is it? Yeah. If it's Valkyrie, you should not accidentally like hit your boost. Like if you're doing a wall jump right, it will never be an issue. It literally will never be an issue. So we'll break down wall jumps super easy, step by step. We'll give you a step, we'll give you a tutorial, and then we'll kind of we'll wrap up the session here, so that it ends up being about an hour and a half. Awesome, you're doing them right now. So wall jumps are as simple as 2 steps, something, or 3 steps. Any mechanic that brings your body towards the wall. This can be a run and a, oh my bad. Any mechanic that brings you to the wall plus a jump will equal a mantle. That's part 1. This can be a run and a jump. That equals a mantle. It can be a slide and a jump. Equals a mantle. It could be I did it a second ago. It could be a dash plus a jump. That will also stick you into a mantle. Anything that brings you to the wall plus a jump will equal a mantle. What changes one wall jump from the next, because there's so many different kinds: slide jumps, skip jumps, delay jumps, fatigue jumps. There's some other ones, but I just can't remember their name. It will change the outcome of the wall jump. So depending on what mechanic you use, you will get a slightly different result. Now, what mechanic you use will be up for debate, because there's different scenarios requires for different wall jumps. The easiest one, let's just start off with like a slide jump. All right, all we're going to do is we're just going to slide, jump into a mantle, and then jump once we've noticed that we've mantled. So what you've done a handful of times is you're scroll jumping as you're coming to the wall. Don't do that, especially if you're on Ash. What you want to do is you want to slide jump. Look at how long my body is mantled to the wall when I connect to it. it's there for like a second and a half, almost 2 seconds. I can wall jump late, right? Like, I can chill on this bitch for a minute before I have to actually jump off.
So you don't have to press S when you're doing that.
You do not. You don't want to press anything. So when I slide jump, I want the slide jump. I want the momentum to throw my face at the wall. And that momentum is what's going to let me stick to it. Right? Once you've stuck, all you're doing is hitting jump. So slide, jump, mantle, jump. It's as simple as that. That's a wall jump at its core. Now, what's going to make and break it is holding W. You're no longer mantling a wall, you're now climbing a wall. Right? You can't wall jump. Hitting S. If I hit S, it drops me off of the mantle. I'm no longer mantling, I can't wall jump off of it. Alright? Now, oh, I see you trying to tap shift out of it. That's dope. I like the initiative. Now, a way that we're going to take this wall jump to the next step, again, we're going to build a very basic wall jump and then add on to it, and then eventually we'll do different wall jumps. The way that we'll add on to it is by adding, whoa, I'm punching the air, is by adding a sideways input.
Whoa.
So, all you're doing is, like that right there, when we jump at the wall, we start holding sideways. This works for M and K, it works for controller. And by adding that sideways input,
ridiculous
yeah, I know, right? It's kind of crazy. Imagine you see like an Ash, or like imagine you see an Octane. Oh, I got a dead slide right there, right? What was I gonna say? But yeah, by adding that sideways input, it doesn't just look cool, and it isn't just weird and unpredictable. There's actually benefits to it. So by adding the sideways input, you can decide what direction you want to go. If I go head on, momentum mechanics or momentum physics, you will be pushed away backwards off of something because you're pushing off of it, and the direction that you're going. So if I'm moving to the left, when I wall jump, it will throw me back off the wall and to the left, away from the wall. If I go on the right, push me to the right and backwards every single time. So if I go head on, it should only push me backwards because there's no left or right input. So imagine I'm fighting someone right here. Oh shit, I did damage, I want to push them. If I hold that A input, I can tell my body that I'm actually going left. And I can jump into that direction. If I don't like this fight, and I'm facing the wall head on, I can add a D input and move away from my opponent. So it helps you change, or helps you decide what direction you want to go. It also will help you extend your wall jumps. If I wall jump off of this platform, I'm going to try and jump right here. When I jump off of that line and wall jump, I'm landing at the bottom of this box. I don't even get to the top of this box. But if I add that hold, that sideways input, I just fucked it up right there. You extend at what point you jump off from, and you can get more distance off of your wall jumps. So if you need to reach a ledge that's really far away and there's a big gap, you can use this to extend your wall jump. If, for example, I have an opponent really far away from me, if I hit a wall jump from right here, I'll land just short of the forklift. But if I choose to extend that wall jump, I can get more distance. So it helps you reach where you actually want to go. Now, again, remember, watch this. All right? When I mantle the wall, I can stay on the wall for a long time. So when you're sideways wall running, you can sideways wall run for a long time. I just got over to this ledge. Now, you're not doing a type of a wall jump, you're using a wall push, which is why you're not getting that pop, but you are doing everything else right. So if you add a slide, if you get into the mantle with a slide jump, you'll get the result that you're looking for. There you go.
Okay.
So what you're doing right now is a wall push, which is a type of wall jump without the vertical pop. A wall push is when you run at the wall, jump, and oh, I actually hit a good wall jump. Run, jump, mantle, jump. You'll notice that it pushes you back and into the ground. So a run jump or a wall push is good to get momentum right away and to like quickly get you into a slide. So if let's just say I'm fighting right here. I'm fighting parallel to the wall, right? As I'm fighting, oh, I just fucked it up. As I'm fighting, I can use a wall push to move my body away really aggressively.
Are you holstering in between those two when you do that? That's so fast.
I can, right? If I'm shooting, I mean, I could. That wouldn't really make any sense because I don't need to holster for this. So you can literally just shoot, look at the wall, and then just mantle, jump off. Now again, you're scroll jumping, and you're doing it before you even touch the wall. Another key part with wall jumps here, so a good tip is, if you jump too close to the wall, it won't mantle you properly sometimes, especially with slide jumps. If I slide jump too close to the wall, I won't mantle it. So you want to jump with a little bit of space between you and it. There's different ranges for different types of wall jumps, but in general, add some space between you and the wall. That's perfect, by the way, for a wall push. Awesome. And then another thing too, you can only mantle the wall if you look within 45 degrees of it. So if I break this 45 degrees, I'm just rubbing my shit on the wall. If I turn slightly, I can actually mantle the wall. So if you're going to hit a wall jump, anything that brings you to the wall, if I'm parallel to the wall, there's nothing bringing me to this. So I'm going to air strafe into the wall, tap strafe into the wall. I'm going to lurch into the wall. And then I need to turn to actually face it. There you go, you hit it. You just didn't execute it properly.
Start spamming away buttons.
Yeah. Now, let's add one more wall jump, and then we'll start wrapping up. You already know the slide jump wall jump. The method that you're getting to the wall is the slide jump. If we change a slide instead for a fatigue jump, we can get a similar result. So a fatigue jump, I'll use this box here as an example. I'll switch over to Wraith. A fatigue jump, when I jump next to this box, check this out. You can see that my thigh gets to the top of this box. So a regular height jump, I jump this high. If I jump too close to my original jump, you can see that my body's tired. It doesn't jump nearly as high. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to jump to fatigue ourselves. And during the time period that I'm fatigued, I'm going to run at the wall and I'm going to jump off of it. So I'm going to jump to fatigue, jump into mantle, jump off. Jump to fatigue, jump into mantle, jump off. Now what you're doing is you're spam jumping. This can work. You can also mistime the spam jump and get a really bad wall jump because it's just not timed properly. So instead what we want to do is think of it like basketball. Once you gather the ball, you can take a certain amount of steps before you get fouled. It's the same thing here. When I jump, watch my body. When I jump, that animation of me bringing myself back up, that's how long I'm fatigued for. So if I jump, if I jump, for a brief moment, I'm still fatigued. So if I run jump, I can just run and jump at the wall again because I'm still fatigued. Run, jump, run at the wall, jump on, jump off. There you go, just like that. Run, jump, run at the wall, run, jump off.
Is there a reason you would want to fatigue jump instead of slide jumping?
100%. So the reason is the setup doesn't really require that much. If I need to slide jump, I need to enter a sprint. And I need to have enough time to get to the speed I want. Even with my gun down. Look at where I am right now. If I go into a slide jump, I'm too close to the wall, so I don't have enough distance to actually like travel and reach the wall. It's just a weird issue with like slide jumps for some reason. It just doesn't work. Also, what if I don't want to drop my gun, right?
Okay.
And holster it. That takes time to do. I can be shooting while jumping, fatigue myself while I'm fighting, and then I can just jump at the person that I'm fighting.
Okay, that makes sense.
Here's what's going to really make and break your, or not make and break your fatigue jumps. Here's what's going to take your fatigue jumps to the next level. Peeking shit that you can't peek. Go up top. Go climb over this wall here.
Let's explore this way.
What most people will do, what people typically won't do, is jump to fatigue, peek, 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 or skip a climbing. Oh my god, what the fuck? Skip a climbing animation by using a fatigue wall jump, or a wall jump in general. So as you like that, as you hit your fatigue jump, you're just going to start holding W to bring yourself forward, or you can tap strafe out of your wall jump and hook yourself around, just like that. Now, the way that you're going to tap strafe out of wall jumps is by moving with the momentum. So, momentum with walls. They always push you back, and they push you to the left or to the right, depending on what way you choose to go. You never want to move opposite to momentum. If I'm moving backwards from the wall, and I tap forward, what ends up happening is this. I lose all my momentum. It's opposite. You need to move with it. So if I'm moving back, and I turn to the side, this is not opposite. This is complementing the movement. And then from here, if I tap strafe, I can hook it into the wall. So what that would look like is I'm going to, whether it's a slide jump or whether it's a fatigue jump, you're going to turn to the side, and then you're going to tap strafe back to the right. And remember, when we first started talking about tap strafes, there's two different kinds. There's soft, only the scroll, and then there's hard, scroll with an A or D input. So as I wall jump, A, D. So I'm tap strafe left, tap strafe right. A, D. And that's helping me direct my momentum left and then cut my momentum quickly back to the right. Left momentum, right momentum. Just like that right there, perfect. Now, you can also do this with a circle strafe. What you're doing is a lurch mechanic. Tap strafing is a lurch mechanic. This is also a lurch, directing my momentum. So when I hit a wall jump, I can circle strafe back around to the wall. That way I'm always looking at what's in front of me, never looking away. And then you would add a tap strafe in the middle of that to make it connect a little bit harder. Like you'd basically do like a circle strafe and then you would scroll forward at a certain point, but it's hard for me to explain this. I'm actually just kind of bad at explaining this one part. But yeah. So I'll give you a goal in mind to practice your wall jumps. What I want to see, if you ever do choose to book another session or if you just practice in general, you just move on from here. What I would love to see you do is I would love to see you practice doing a tap strafe into a wall jump, hold the wall jump, tap strafe back in, hold, and then tap strafe out. Tap strafe in, hold, tap strafe out. This will be your future goal. Or, you know, get real fancy with it, hit a 180. 180 in, 180 back out.
Oh man, my brain.
Yeah, dude, Apex is crazy. There's a lot of shit that you can do in this game. So you can choose to go the more technical route with all the movement mechanics and shit. You can go the more strategic route with learning how to use your abilities to the fullest and be a huge team player. You can find a mix of both. Like, dude, you can do so much in this game. It really comes down to just how do you want to attack it? Where do you want to invest your time? It's like playing
like being in the middle of having people trying to kill me while I'm trying to kill them and be like, I'm gonna do this now because I see a wall here and this opportunity is like, it just sounds impossible.
Oh, dude, believe me, it's definitely not. The way that you're gonna here's how you're gonna practice movement. This is what's actually gonna connect shit for you. Think about what your goal is in the moment, and out of the skills that you've learned, try to flip through your playbook and determine what play can you make in the moment. All right? It's obviously a lot of thinking. It requires a lot of like quick thinking on your feet. Look around you even. What's my goal right now? My goal is to push. What mechanics are available with the terrain I have to push? All right, well, I've got walls all around me. Maybe I'll hit a wall jump at him. Maybe there's no walls. I'll hit an advanced slide at him. Right? Maybe I'll hit my fucking tap strafe dash at him. Just think of shit and just have fun and just play with it. That's going to be That's going to be how you incorporate movement into your gameplay. Think about what's possible, and then just try it. See what happens. Just do it over and over again. The way that you'll figure out what's possible or not for different moments is when there's downtime during the match. You're not fighting, you're rotating, you're looting, you're doing just random shit. Just spam mechanics. Pretend like you're playing like the newest like skate game. Like you're just hitting kickflips off of like every fucking ramp, you know? You're grinding every rail. You're gapping every gap. Just do shit. Just see a wall and just do shit. Right? You see a box, just do a tab strafe around it. And just have fun with just moving your fucking hand around a keyboard. And before you know it, you would have hit like 1,000,000 tap strafes over the course of a week that by the time you're, you know, into week number 2, like you're just so comfortable doing it and you would have done it around so many different objects. All right, we're at the end of our session though. Do you have any questions before we wrap up?
No, it's all good.
All right, good stuff.
Thanks.
You're more than welcome, bro. I'm going to end this recording. I'll send this over to you over on Discord. If you don't get a message from me in the next day or two, just ping me and remind me to send you the session link, okay?
Just like ping you on Discord? Or
Yeah,
text
just
you?
ping me on Discord because I won't remember who you are over text. I don't save phone numbers.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good.
All right, good stuff, bro. If you ever have any questions, hit me up, and hopefully we chat soon, okay?
Sounds good, thanks.
Later, homie.
See ya.
All right, gang. That is 2 hours of coaching done for the day. We are 4 hours into our 24-hour stream. Gang, if you're enjoying the live stream, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, especially if you're over on YouTube. Just kidding. We're not streaming 24 hours. I'd kill myself if I had to stream that long. I would probably kill myself, literally. Love from India. How we doing, my friend? Much love. Disher, can we play ranked on the first day of the new season? Because I would take a long time to get to Diamond. And when is your next start? I don't know what you mean by when is my next start. Maybe I'm just stupid or I'm too tired, but that did not make sense to me. About playing ranked, I have no idea if I can play ranked with you, bro. I have a lot of coaching sessions tomorrow, and I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow as of right now. So probably won't be able to play. I'm so sorry. Oh, when do I start stream? Oh, when is my next stream? Oh, I'm stupid. When is your next stream? Probably tomorrow. Does it matter how long you hold the mouse, like finger placement, for tap strafing? How long are you scrolling for? Yes. You need to scroll for the entirety of your mouse turn. If you stop scrolling, you stop moving forward. What's the best way to find controller sensitivity? You know what? I was actually going to make a video on that. It's really in depth. Like, there's so many steps that go into it. I'll give you a TLDR, too long didn't read. Play on one sensitivity for a week, and then make make adjustments based off of what you need. Or hire a professional aim coach. Don't hire someone like Frosty who doesn't even know how settings work. Hire someone that actually knows how to do shit. Out of the box, but how's your gym progress? Oh my god, bro. Dude, it's going. It's going. I've been putting on so much muscle mass recently. I had some guy the other day walk up to me and ask me if I was on steroids, which makes no sense. But it made my day. Maybe he was just being nice, but it definitely made my day. District, I can't push. Please help. I would, that's a hard one, bro. There's so many reasons why you're probably getting shit on. It's hard to just give tips because Apex is such a variety of situations that you could be in, you know? What I would suggest is try to push sooner off of what you're trying to do. If you're shooting your gun and you're pushing off of a break, push as you're getting the break, not after you get the break. Use movement mechanics to move around more. I have a whole video on that stuff already on my YouTube channel. I would probably try to find it. Although it doesn't say when to push, so it's probably not a title that would just kind of stand out for you to go watch. So I'm sorry about that. I'll try to get better at wording my shit less clickbaity, so that people can learn easier. JD, yo, JD, man, thank you so much for sending all the messages over in chat. I was reading them, I just wasn't able to answer them. He's gonna realize how much you taught him when he starts to see his gameplay improve. 100%, dude. Bro, he's probably in such low KD lobbies right now, like the bot lobbies. He's probably gonna go hop into like a match, tap straight in front of someone, and the guy's gonna go, "Bro, are you cheating?" Because they've just never seen that before. That's what I love about coaching new people. They're just like, "Bro, what the fuck? You can do that? You can do that? What the? You can do that?" That's my favorite part. I love you so much, Lex. Lex, I'm gonna play for like 15 more minutes and hop off. I love you. My throat is killing me. I'm so hungry. Oh, dude, hold on. I'ma take some edibles. Yo, what up, Cole? I'm seeing a lot of questions in the chat. I'll do my best to answer them. Is having my jump and crouch on the bottom paddles good for mantle jumping? I like to have my jump and crouch on the bottom, on the top paddles.
Here we go. You're in view of the enemy.
But it does not make that much of a difference. I'm having, District, do you think Catalyst is strong? Or is it controller class as a whole? I got banned a ton in Pro League, got beamed a ton in Pro League. Do you think Catalyst is strong or is controller class? Yeah, Catalyst is really strong. Is she that optimal right now? I have no idea. I'm not really in the whole Pro League scene as of right now, so I don't really know what's meta. I definitely would say that Catalyst is indeed strong. Good job. He did a really good job preserving his momentum right there. Oh, I fell. Someone earlier was asking what guns to play on Mad Maggie or I think it was Sparrow. I don't think guns for specific legends matter that much, especially if you're not playing like Pro League or anything like that. Fuck, bro, this site is just not really fucking with me right now. Dude, get this shit off my... Fuck, bro. There we go. Oh, I saw the last second. Yeah. Is there a native keyboard and mouse for console? No, there is not. If you play M and K on console, then you're actually cheating.
Enemy taken out.
Alright. Got it. Okay. Oh, I thought my teammate killed this guy.
You're the new QnA. Perfect.
Bro, what is going on with my aim? I'm dead. I'm not? Two people could have easily killed me right there. Are they playing the same spot? They are. Okay, that's still charged. Give myself an angle. Another team just pulled up. Is it everyone? Okay. I don't want to drop down and then get committed and stuck down there with them. So instead, I'm going to come off to this side and get this side angle. I'm going to drop down here. This way, if I need, I can play the cover on this box. Okay. Damn, 30 cells? I can just craft it right here. What is this, overflow? What the fuck?
We made the right choices.
He like disappeared when I wall jumped on him. Right.
Placing a portal.
No, I tried to kidnap him. Oh. Oh my, what is going? No, bro. This motherfucker's chasing my ass. Unfortunate. Damn, bro had 300 damage. Why do I carry so many more bats than cells? Because I had a sentinel that uses cells, right, to charge it up. I also have overflow, which passively heals my health for one cell. So odds are, because I have a sentinel and I'm poking a lot, and I have a cell and I'm playing wraith, which means I can move in and out of fights a lot, I'll be using more movement and more cells and more than I would actually be using batteries. Yo, what up, Lindo? GG. Yo, what up, Advantage? I'm gonna play one more game chat. I'm gonna wrap up, go to bed. Because I am sleepy. I see Marcus booked a coaching session, my man. I shall see you on Saturday. Is the only way you can hold your mouse for tap strafing 131, or can you hold it 122? Yeah, dude, I just tap strafe like any regular mouse and keyboard player. I don't play 131. 131 is if you want to play like super advanced movement and you want to have like the ability to be like bunny hop tap strafe while shooting. You really don't have to. I don't play that, and I have somewhat decent movement. So if you want to get extra fancy with it, get extra fancy with it, but it's not needed. Well, hold on. There's a bunch of questions I didn't see just pop up. Do you think mantle jumping is necessary to learn, especially mantle jumping building? No, I do not. You can have amazing movement without mantle jumping. It's a tool that does a lot. If you're willing to learn the tool, then do it, and you'll have the ability to do a whole bunch of new things with it. but it's definitely not necessary. I almost never see people mantle jump in my games. It's really not that needed. What are some fun characters that are good for aggro players? Fuse, Bangalore, Wraith, Pathfinder, Horizon, Ash, Revenant. Sparrow's not bad right now. Vantage is alright, I guess. Loba's really good. You're really just looking for legends that can move around. Get yourself into fights a lot quicker. Get yourself out of fights to stay alive. Set yourself up for pushes, right? Make people look away. This can be things like knuckle clusters, Gibraltar alts, Maggie drills, whatever helps you take pressure off of yourself while you try to push. That's really the main thing. How can I make this push safer? That's what makes aggro players so aggro, is they push you and you can't do anything about it. So play legends like that if you want to be a little bit more successful in your aggro play style. Will tap strafing work better if your gun is holstered? No, tap strafing has nothing to do with your guns in your hand. You can tap strafe out of a jump, out of a super jump, out of a super glide, out of a slide jump, out of an octane pad, Pathfinder grapple. You can tap strafe out of anything that has like a jumping kind of aspect to it. Holstering your gun won't really make that much of a difference, other than just getting into the jump, maybe. I love the videos. Who do you think are the best players to watch for positioning in Apex? I feel like the reason I die a lot. So you're not going to find anyone that talks about positioning, because positioning is such a touch and go kind of thing. Positioning is different for every fight. It's different for every situation that you're in. So there's nothing that you can really do that's like, this is the positioning that you need. This is how it works. There's like general things that go into positioning, like not being too far from your teammates, how close you should be playing based off of the situation that you're in, how wide should you be in a situation, should you be playing more vertical or horizontal, like, but there's no like very specific things for positioning. When it comes to game sense, there's not like specifics, there's just rule of thumbs. Unlike movement, think of like a wall jump. You have to do certain inputs for a wall jump. When it comes to positioning, you don't have to do certain things. Obviously, some things will help you more than others, but you don't have to do them. So if you want to learn positioning, it really comes from learning where you should be standing in the moment. The way that I would suggest you do that, watch pro players that you enjoy, that you find fun, or that you find are really insightful, or who talk a lot about what they're doing. And they're not going to tell you when to put yourself in what spot, but what you can do is you can try and think to yourself, why did he not push in this moment? Why did he push in this moment? Why is he standing in this spot when you can be standing in that spot? And what the fuck, bro? Just put me in a game, man. And then when you start thinking to yourself why these pros are doing what they're doing, and you start thinking and it starts being the result, then you know that you're kind of learning positioning and you're getting on the right track. That's actually how I got good. When I got good at Apex, when I hit Pred for the first time, I was watching other Apex pros, other Preds, and I was paying attention to their gameplay and trying to figure out putting myself in their shoes. Well, I would stand over here, so why is he not standing there? And then he would do the next thing and be like, oh, that makes sense, because he couldn't swing from that spot, right? Stuff like that. Yo, later, cool. Have a good one, man. Was a follow-up video ever made for the presets? It was. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know I said I was going to make one. I was in the process of making it, and then I left the States, and I left my hard drive fucking in the States, and I lost all the footage and shit that I was recording for that video, so I just ended up never making it. I will remake it, I promise. What should I do if my sense So what should I do with my sense if I can hip fire okayish, but then control recoil, great, but have mid tracking on controller? Practice your tracking. Practice your tracking. That's like the same question as like, yo, coach district, yo, dating coach district. What should I do if I can approach a girl, I can flirt, I can make her laugh, I can get her number, I can set up the date, but I just, or, you know, I can get her home, but I just can't seal the deal. What should I do? You just got to practice that last step. Oh, that's actually an awful example. Never mind. I don't even pretend I didn't even say that. If every aspect of your aim feels good and there's just this one thing that just isn't right, it's probably not your settings. Right? It's probably to do with just the fact that you just don't know how to track or you suck at it. And I'm not hating on you, I'm just kind of pointing stuff out. You probably just need to practice, bro. Like my stability on mouse and keyboard, because I play on my glass pad, is horrible. What can I do? Change my sensitivity? No. I'm like, what the fuck is that going to do? I'm still going to be unstable. I'm going to compensate for a lack of skill by changing something artificially. If I suck at tracking, which I do, I practice tracking all day. If I suck at stability, which I do, I practice my stability. If I suck at flicking, which I do, and then I practice my flicking in aim labs, right? Like, there's no excuse to not hop on aim labs, Sticks Aim Trainer, Kovacs, whether you're controller, M&K, Xbox, PlayStation, PC. There's aim trainers that you can use that are free, right? And you can just practice your tracking. That's probably the biggest thing that I see with people who I coach. District, yeah, I want to learn how to, you know, I booked this coaching session today. I spent $100 on this coaching session because my aim just fucking sucks. All right, what's going on with your aim? Walk me through it. Well, dude, people get in front of me and I just can't track them. Okay, that makes sense. Do you aim train? No. Okay. Well, maybe we start there. How about we start with aim training? That might help us a little bit. Yo, you're more than welcome for the settings video, man. Yeah, dude, that example I gave, it made sense in my head, and it just did not translate well to, like, in real life, or, like, into this scenario. That was a really bad one. All right, gang, this is the last game. If you guys want to show your love and your support, make sure to hit that like button if you're watching the YouTube stream. If you're watching over on Twitch, what the fuck is my teammate doing? Taking a shit. If you're watching over on Twitch, I don't know, do a Twitch thing, I guess. And if you're watching over on TikTok, get off of TikTok and fucking come over to YouTube. What are you doing over on TikTok watching on such a small screen? Did I do it? Did I do it, chat? Did I hit the 1v3? I think so too, chat. I think we did. I think we hit that shit. That was tough type shit. Yeah, my boy, fucking right. My word.
Care package over there.
Effing to the right, my word.
Care package over there.
What is the word that I'm saying? Dog? My bro? My homie? Fill in the blank.
Watch for them.
My ginger? Would you say your who would you say is your main and the best legend to play right now? My main is Pathfinder at heart. He's my favorite legend to play. Who's my main right now? No one. I don't have a main that I like play really. I just kind of play whoever I feel like. Right now I kind of feel like Wraith. I hear him, but I don't see him. Oh.
Punching a tunnel. Setting a portal.
So he's on the height right now. Well, he can't do shit if I'm not next to him, so I'm gonna go fight his teammates.
Left to go. Killed an enemy.
There was a vantage on the roof, I thought. Alright. Where's the vantage at?
Path's chosen. Got an idea where it leads.
Is he camping?
That was the last one. This won't hurt. Hold on.
Okay. Like, I'm so confused. Do you get into Wild Cup or not? Trades is fucking hard getting pushed. 100%.
Arc star out.
I'm gonna take a step back from that.
Recharging my shields.
I'm gonna portal my way back in. Typed another message, my bad, bro. Sorry, I'm not watching the chat when I'm in a fight.
Recharging my shield.
That's not what I wanted. Okay. I have to take a step back, otherwise I'm gonna get shit.
Taking shots.
He's not on that door, look key. I might be able to fuck from here. Oh, he's watching.
Down an enemy.
One shot. Last one, one shot. If only I hit the 1v3, bro. Fuck. Alright. Is there a better core? Bottomless bats.
Found an op here.
What happened to the team that was charge rifling us? If I had any... Yeah, the 30-30 like rate of fire is kind of booty cheeks. I also should have one meg the... I should have one meg that Watson, but I just whiffed too many shots.
Outside the ring, and the water that is coming our way.
I did not know if my teammate was on me or if he was shooting his gun or like what was going on. If I stayed, bro, I was probably gonna get my ass cooked right there. As soon as I saw I was in front of 3 people, I just instantly hit the phase. Like, I'm not gonna win that. It's impossible. Okay, they're on the height. The only thing I can really do right here is either get a lot of... Ooh, whoa, he's gonna push that maybe. Oh, zone. Dude. Dude. Oh my god, bro, if he shot the balloon one time, I would not have made a... Are they pushing? Bro, it comes down. Second fight. PK versus 30-30. Oh. Lifeline one shot. Oh, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. Shoot him. Shoot him. Shoot. Oh, my nipples. Oh, fuck. Here comes Pathy. We're cooked again. Please don't tell me he's on the height. What? Huge. I wonder if... Oh, no one grabbed the Kraber. I'm grabbing that shit.
Hold on, I need to heal.
10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least. Placing a portal.
I'm not gonna play this while I'm getting you hyped. Let's go! That's what we want.
It could change our path for the better. Care package over there.
Extra treasures here. You're welcome. Using jump drive.
Alright.
Got this way.
Wait, I have crafting to do.
Where are they?
B2020 here.
He's pinging them. Find my way over here. Gun down, walk up fast.
I've got just the thing for you. And there's another beautiful piece.
The fuck? Alright guys, that was the last game. We are outie 5,000. Appreciate everyone hopping on in, showing their love and their support. Really do appreciate the subs over on YouTube. Appreciate the subs over on Twitch. Appreciate all the comments and all the good stuff. Guys, if you enjoyed that, make sure to hit the like button, subscribe. We will be live hopefully tomorrow. And yeah, we got some guides coming out soon. All that good stuff. Bro, please, how can I be less predictable? Fuck. Just do more unpredictable things. I honestly, I think predictability comes down to doing more. More with intention instead of more with random. So I'll have to kind of leave that for a different video because that, honestly, it's very complicated and I can't just, hey, do this and you're done. There's layers to this shit. But anyways, guys, much love. If you guys ever want to get better at Apex and you want to do it now and not later, consider booking a coaching session with me over on my website, thedistrict.pro. And until next time, guys, appreciate all the love, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe.